Enable our health officials and medical personnel with your strength and power as they attend to the sick and vulnerable, and help many others to stay healthy. Lead the medical scientists here and around the world who are working double time to find the antidote to COVID 19. In these dangerous times, grant us your grace and peace to stay calm and to overcome fear, because the spirit of fear does not come from you. Instead, you have given us faith, hope, and love. You have given us power and a sound mind. Your word says that you will keep in perfect peace those whose eyes are fixed on you. Finally, we pray that in the midst of this pandemic, you will unite our people in love, bind our nation in peace, and bring hope and healing to our land with your grace and your power. In the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Building for the contact tracing system of LGUs in MIMAROPA region. To proceed, for our welcome remarks, may we request our Municipal Mayor of Bongabong Oriental Mindoro, Honorable Eleo A. Malaluan.
Sa atin pong magalang na kongresta na ikalawang distrito ng probinsya ng Oriental Mindoro, Kongboy P.A. Umali. Sa lahat ng mga ama ng ina ng mga bayan, probinsya at bumubuo ng Municipality of the Philippines Oriental Mindoro Chapter, kay Regional Director Wilhelm Saiko ng DILG ng MIMAROPA. Sa pamunuan po ng PNP, sa pangunahan ng ating Provincial Director, Police Colonel Margarito Angluan, PNP Special Action Force, 10 Special Action Battalion Commander, Police Colonel Michael Caragayan, at Major Michael Angelo Erlano, Chief PNP ng MPS ng ating pong katuwang sa paglilingkod ng bayan ng Bongabong, Honorable Richard Candelario, at sa lahat ng bumubuo ng sangguniang bayan, sa mga hepe, empleyado ng munisipyo ng Bongabong, at siyempre po sa ating pinagpipitigan ng pangunahing pangdangal, ang National Contact Tracing Cesar of the Philippines of Baguio City Mayor, Honorable Benjamin Mangalong. Sampu din ang lahat ng bahagi ng kanyang delegasyon at mga makakatuwang sa ganaping contact tracing training na sina Police Lieutenant Colonel Maximo Humig at sina Miss Shari Robert at Jefferson Dumaslog. Gayon din po ang lahat ng mga kinatawan ng kanilang lokal na pamalaan na hindi lamang ng probinsya ng Oriental Mindoro, ngunit maging sa mga kasama natin ngayon sa pamagitan ng live stream via Zoom at YouTube mula sa iba't ibang lokal na pamalaan ng MIMAROPA region. At lahat ng bisita na narito ngayon sa umaga, ikinalulugod ko po kayong makita at makasama na isang mapagpala at makabuluhang umaga po sa ating lahat. Social distancing quarantine, lockdown, personal protective equipment, flattening the curve. Ilan lamang po ito sa kasatunayan natin ng mga salita simula sa malagay tayo sa ilalim na hinaharap na ngayon ang pandemya. Mga bagong pamanalita kasabay po ng bagong gawi sa ating pang-araw-araw na pamuhay na binabango ng coronavirus. And one of the most widely used epidemiological terms today is the contact tracing, but in the government response and measure against COVID-19 that include isolation, quarantine, treatment, testing, and vaccination. It seems like contact tracing has been the most overlooked and neglected. But for our fight against COVID-19 to be truly successful, we have to regard the contact tracing as equally important as the another measure in place. What makes our fight against the virus an uphill battle in the fact that COVID-19 is highly contagious and one of our best weapons to prevent the spread of the virus is contact tracing. The task, however, that falls on the shoulder of the contact tracer is not some walk and in the park. It could even take a toll on their own health. Kaya mabuti nga lang po na mahusay na pamumuno na itinalagang contact tracing Cesar sa ating bansa at kanyang mga programa sa ginagawang hakbang na maitaas natin ang kamalayan, karunungan, at kasanayan sa mga lokal pamalaan pagdating ng contact tracing. Kaya naman po, malaman po ng willingness po ni Mayor Magkalong na magsasagawa ng contact tracing dito sa ating probinsya at rehiyon. Isipin nyo namang Mayor Magalong mismo ang isa sa magsasagawa ng contact training para sa atin. Kaya nga hindi po ako nagdalawang isip na mag-host ng punong abala na gaganapin dito sa bayan ng Bongabong sa contact tracing seminar. Isa pong karangalan ng maging katuwang at kaagapay ng pamalaang bayan nasyonal na magkaroon ng bahagi ang Bongabong upang makatulong naman sa pamalaang lokal dito sa ating mahal na probinsya ng Oriental Mindoro at MIMAROPA region laban sa pagsugpo ng COVID-19. Muli po, ako po ay talagang nalulugod na lahat na makakadalo at maging bahagi sa gaganaping contact tracing training ngayong araw. Alam ko po na kayo ay nagmula sa iba't ibang panig ng probinsya. Sina Mayor Magalong ay bumiyahe pa halos kalahating araw o isang araw para lang po dito sa contact tracing seminar. Marami pong salamat sa team ni Mayor Magalong at sa lahat ng mga nandito na magte-training, mag-undergo ng contact tracing seminar. At dito po sa bayan ng Bongabong, maisiguro ko po na hindi kayo mahahawa sa COVID-19 dahil ang bayan ng Bongabong ay zero sa COVID-19. Dahil sa pangangasiwa at ng aking MHO at ng aking mga team at contact tracing, kaya nagawa po naming zero ang bayan ng Bongabong. Sa gayon pong ito na matutulungan pa po kami ng contact tracing seminar, magiging zero ang bayan ng Bongabong. Marami pong salamat sa pagpunta ng aking team sa Baguio na nauna na nagkaroon ng training seminar sa Baguio. Maraming salamat sa accommodation na ginawa nyo sa aking tao, yung aking team ng bayan ng Bongabong. Muli po, mabuhay ang bayan ng Bongabong, mabuhay ang bawat mamamayan ng sambayanang Pilipino. Maraming salamat.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for your welcome remarks. And for our message, I'd like to request the Regional Director of the DILG MIMAROPA for his message, Director Wilhelm M. Suico.
Thank you very much, Patronan Jolo Vergara. Hindi tayo nagkakamali. Well, in behalf of the Municipality of Bongabong, Oriental Mindoro, led by its very active mayor, the Honorable Doc Elgin Malaluan, and the DILG MIMAROPA, we welcome today in our virtual meeting the Baguio City contact tracing team led by no less than the country's contact tracing czar, the Honorable Benjamin Magalong, and his companions, namely Police Lieutenant Colonel Maximo Sumegang, Mr. Shanry Roberts, and Mr. Jefferson Demuslo. We also welcome our participants, the contact tracers, ang ating pong mga bagong bayani, ang ating masigasig at masisipag at magigiting na mga membro ng Philippine National Police at saka mga opisyales, including those who have knowledge on crime information and analysis system, or in short, CIRAS. Healthcare workers, particularly those who have tawag niyan, leadership qualities, information technologies, and other personnel and officials. These coordinated efforts began when Mayor Benji Magalong, in his capacity as the country's contact tracing czar, called up one morning 3 weeks ago, called me up, your regional director, on his desire to join the DILG MIMAROPA's planned training for DILG hard contact tracers. After having learned about it, as it will also, coincide with LGU Bongabong-'s training for its contact tracers, in which he was invited as a resource person. What followed was a series of online meetings with Mayor Magalong's executive assistant, Ms. Sam Hamada. Palitan po ng communications, ideas, suggestions, at so nangyari na po itong ating joint training with the LGU Bongabong and DLG MIMAROPA, but primarily hosted by the LGU Bongabong. So, ano po ang mga objectives? Well, this activity aims to strengthen the capacities of contact tracing teams of LGU Bongabong and other cities and municipalities of MIMAROPA. Specifically, this activity aims to introduce phase 3 of the COVID-19 National Action Plan. It will also bring in the retooled contact tracing system. It will also equip the contact tracers with skills in cognitive interviewing, and lastly, introduce the use of contact tracing analytical tools and digital contact tracing. Contact tracing, or the identification of the people who may have been in close contact with the COVID-19 infected person, is important in the containment of the virus. You know, it is crucial initiative and efforts to curb and stop the outbreak. Contact tracing is one of the critical pillars in our fight against COVID-19. Along with prevention, isolation, testing, treatment, and reintegration. For all pillars to work, contact tracing must be done speedily, effectively, and accurately. This LGU Bongabong's organized capability building for the contact tracing system of LGUs in MIMAROPA region is very critical and influential activity that will shape how we control and manage COVID-19 in our respective cities, municipalities, provinces, and region. Participants will be introduced to cognitive interviewing that will enable you to learn proper ways of questioning to help patients recall the details of what they did at least 2 to 3 weeks before the questioning. This is the expertise. This is the expertise which our contact tracing SAR would be sharing with us. I and some DILG directors had the opportunity meeting then Police General Benji Magalong. He was the number 3 man in the hierarchy of the Philippine National Police then, as Deputy Director General for Operations. In one small refreshment parlor somewhere in Ortigas some 4 to 5 years ago, I and my fellow directors seeing this very popular figure, officer and gentleman, we excitedly and gladly approached him on his table and introduced ourselves as coming from DILG. We have heard a lot about this very principled man, and we will be hearing more about him in this training. You know, in one of the television interviews at ANC, the Karen Davila asked then Director Magalong, which he would prepare. Would it be character or career? Director Magalong said he prepared character over career. In this training, we will also be introduced to different contact tracing analytical and digital tools that will allow us to visualize the extent of potential infections in the community. These tools will also be enable you to establish patterns, relationships, and networks among cases that will track individuals who need to be contacted and followed up with for further information. But these tools and knowledge will be deemed ineffective if without proper coordination and collaboration between our local and health officials and solidarity and sense of solidarity with our community. The local officials, along with the health officials and our community, must work together to defeat this virus from further spreading. Our unity and harmony in the conduct of contact tracing efforts will enable us to create an ecosystem that will help us all together to heal and rise as one. Again, welcome and good morning.
Thank you so much. And for the training lecture, we would like to proceed on the contact tracing health module by Dr. Donna Panes. So before we proceed for the contact tracing, we'll be having the video presentation for the National Action Plan, Phase 3.
Mahigit isang taon na ang nakalipas nang magsimula ang pandemyang COVID-19. Ang pagkalat nito ay nagdulot ng matinding dagok sa buong mundo, kabilang na dito sa Pilipinas. Ngunit sa pamagitan ng iba't ibang hakbang na inilunsad ng gobyerno laban sa COVID-19, unti-unti nang nakakabangon ang bansa habang nilalabanan ang virus. Marso nung nakaraang taon, ipinatupad ng Administrasyong Duterte ang Phase 1 na National Action Plan against COVID-19. Layo nitong matugunan ang krisis sa kalusugan. At dahil dito ay nagtulong-tulong ang iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno sa pag-iwas, pagkontrol at pagpuksa sa virus. Nakatuon din ang estratehiyang ito sa pag-iwas sa mga negatibong epekto ng COVID-19 sa pamagitan ng tuloy-tuloy na paghahatid ng pangunahing serbisyo sa mga mamamayan. Hulyo 2020. Nang ipatupad ang Phase 2 ng National Action Plan na nakatuon naman sa health at economic recovery ng bansa. Nakabatay ang estratehiyang ito sa Hammer and Dance Theory. Ang hammer ay tumutukoy sa pagkontrol ng kumakalat na virus tulad ng pagpapatupad ng mahigpit na community quarantine measures sa iba't ibang lugar. Habang ang dance naman ay tumutukoy sa pagpapagaan sa epekto ng pandemya sa ating ekonomiya. Sa pamagitan ng mga hakbang na ito, patuloy na bumababa ang bilang ng mga kaso ng COVID-19 habang unti-unting nagbubukas ang ekonomiya ng ating bansa. At ngayon, ang Phase 3 ng National Action Plan ay magsisilbing transition plan patungo sa new normal at paghahanda para sa Philippine National COVID-19 Vaccine Roadmap. Layunin din nito ang dahan-dahang pagbubukas ng magandang ekonomiya sa bansa. Ang tatlong pangunahing estratehiya nito ay response, vaccination, at recovery. Sa response stage ng NAP3, nakatuon pa rin ito sa PDITRM strategy ng pamahalaan o ang Prevent, Detect, Isolate, Treat, Reintegrate at Mainstreaming to New Normal. Patuloy pa ring ipapatupad ang Zoning Containment Strategy or Community Quarantine sa mga lugar na may matataas na bilang ng mga kaso ng COVID-19. Ang apat na zoning classifications ay Critical Zone, Containment Zone, Buffer Zone, at areas outside buffer zone. Layunin nito na mapigilan ang pagkalat ng virus at ang epekto nito sa lokal na ekonomiya upang patuloy na magabayan ang bawat local government unit sa pagtugon sa COVID-19. Binuo ang Operation Listo Protocols at nakasaad dito ang step-by-step guide na maaaring ipatupad sa iba't ibang lungsod o munisipalidad. Ito ay nakabatay sa mga consolidated guidelines sa prevention, detect, isolation, treatment at reintegration. Sinusuportahan nito ang mga umiiral na programa at pagsisikap ng mga LGUs. Tuloy-tuloy din ang code visits o coordinated operations to defeat epidemic, isang patient at community-focused response strategy na sumusuporta rin sa mga LGUs lalo na doon sa mga may limitadong resources. Gayon din ang Oplan Kalinga program kung saan ililipat sa mas maayos na isolation facilities ang mga COVID-19 positive patients na walang sariling kwarto o banyo sa kanilang tahanan para sila ay ma-isolate. Ito ay upang mas lalong mapaigting ang isolation strategy ng gobyerno at mapigilan ang pagkalat ng sakit upang maging mas accessible sa lahat ang treatment services. Patuloy pa rin ang operasyon ng One Hospital Command Center o OHCC para mabilis na makatugon sa sinumang nangangailangan ng emergency quick response. Sa vaccination stage, nakaangkla ito sa apat na operational phases: assess, plan, prepare, execute. Para sa assess at plan phase, narito ang mga sumusunod na estratehiya. Number 1, pagbuo ng mga mekanismo tulad ng Vaccines Expert Panel, National Immunization Technical Advisory Group at Health Technology Assessment Council para makapagsagawa ng scientific evaluation at selection ng vaccines. Number 2, pagkakaroon ng portfolio ng vaccines mula sa iba't ibang bansa. Number 3, pag-issue ng Emergency Use Authority mula sa FDA. Number 4, pagbuo ng isang interagency vaccine cluster na may task groups at sub-task groups. Number 5, ang pag-mobilize sa private sector support para sa logistical at support services requirements. Number 6, ang pagkakaroon ng information system para sa profiling, screening, at registration ng mga eligible para sa bakuna, vaccinators, at ang mga supply chain facilities. Number 7, ang pagbuo ng monitoring at evaluation system. Para naman sa prepare phase, narito ang mga sumusunod na estratehiya. Number 1, ang pagkakaroon ng advance market commitments sa mga private vaccine developers at pagbibigay sa kanila ng advance payments kasama ang Asian Development Bank at World Bank na siyang mga financiers. Number 2, pagkakaroon ng mga diplomatic engagement para sa government-to-government at multilateral engagement. Number 3, pagkakaroon ng iba't ibang mode of financing, direct procurement through RA 9184, COVAX facility, multilateral loans, bilateral loans, private sector financing through a tripartite agreement. Number 4, capacity at capability building para sa mga pasilidad at vaccinators para sa vaccine storage at deployment. At para sa execute phase, ito ang mga sumusunod na estratehiya. Number 1, pagpapatupad ng information, education at communication campaign plan at social preparation ng vaccination mula national hanggang barangay level. Number 2, pagkakaroon ng geographical at sectoral prioritization criteria para sa vaccine deployment. Number 3, paggamit ng supplemental immunization activity mechanism for COVID-19 immunization. Number 4, pagkakaroon ng epektibong waste management system para sa collection, transport, treatment at disposal pagkatapos ng pagbabakuna. Para sa recovery stage, layunin nitong mabawasan ang COVID-19 transmissions habang unti-unting binubuksan ang ekonomiya ng bansa at makabangon mula sa mga economic losses. Habang di pa ganap na nawawala ang COVID-19, sisiguraduhin pa rin na ang bawat establishmento, malaki man o maliit, ay sumusunod sa minimum health standards at sa mga protocols na ipinapatupad upang patuloy na maprotektahan ang bawat isa. Ngayong 2021, ipatutupad ng pamahalaan ang Phase 4 ng National Action Plan. Dito ay pagpapatuloy at paiigtingin pa rin ang mga tugon at aksyon para mapangalagaan ang kalusugan ng mga Pilipino habang namumuhay sa gitna ng pandemya. Ilalatag din ang mga plano, paghahanda at pagpapatupad ng National Vaccine Roadmap.
Many lives were lost and forever changed due to COVID-19 pandemic and several natural calamities. But through it all, we continue to survive and rise because of our unity, strength, and indomitable spirit as Filipinos. We should always have hope, even in darkness, poverty, and suffering.
Ang National Action Plan ay patunay na may plano ang pamahalaan para sa kaligtasan, kalusugan at kinabukasan ng bawat mamamayan. Inilunsad ito upang tayo ay makabangon mula sa mga epekto ng pandemya. Kaya mahalaga ang inyong kooperasyon at pagkakaisa. Basta sama-sama at laging handa. Kaya natin ito.
With that ends the video presentation of the National Action Plan Phase 3. So before we move on, I'd like to first call our Provincial Administrator, Mr. Hubert Dolor, to give a short message. Sir?
With your permission, sir, may I remove my mask? Thank you, sir. Sa ating pong lahat, isa pong Mindoreñong disiplinadong umaga. Good morning po, everyone. Sa ating pong panauhing pandangal ngayong araw na ito kay Mayor General Sir Magalong, sir, kay Vice Mayor Dr. Candelario, at sa lahat po ng mga kasama natin dito sa presidential table, kay Mayor Elgin Malaluan, at sa iyo po lahat na narito ngayong umaga. In behalf of our governor, we would like to, of course, greet everyone. Good morning. Ang aming pong mensahe sa umagang ito ay pagpapasalamat sa ating pong mahal na Mayor Magalong sa pagpunta niya rito sa ating lalawigan para po magbahagi ng kanyang expertise at karanasan para po sa ating particular specific agenda of contact tracing. Alam niyo, at gusto ko pong ibalita ngayon sa ating pong lahat na narito, the province of Oriental Mindoro has incurred only, as of yesterday, only 8 active cases for the entire province of Oriental Mindoro. And that is because of a very good cooperation of all the local government units and all the frontliners, health workers, and all the mamamayang disiplinado po ng Oriental Mindoro. Kaya nga from as high as 200 plus, we're able to bring it down into single digit of 8. So yan lamang po ang ating active cases as of yesterday. And I know with what we are able to learn from the presentations of General Magalong, we can more actively trace and see and locate all those people who have had in contacts with those who have been tested positive. And that is very much needed kasi nga po the trust is to trace, to test, and to treat those who have been in contacts with those who have already tested positive. Hence, our gathering this morning is very important and malaki ang may tutulong at may ambag natin, especially now that we are near to the rollout of our vaccination program. Kaya tayo po ay nagpapasalamat sa mga pagkakataong ito na ibinibigay sa atin, and hopefully all Oriental Mindoreños, those eligible population, please do help us in the campaign of convincing our constituents to be vaccinated. As I always say, ang sabi nga po, I can never consider myself safe unless everybody is safe. Sa iyo pong lahat, maraming salamat po kay General Magalong. Thank you very much, sir. At sa iyo pong lahat. Magandang umaga po.
Thank you, sir. And now, we'll be having another message coming from the Baguio City Mayor, Mayor Benji Magalong, sir.
Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. Ako po'y nagpapasalamat kay Mayor Elgin Malaluan, nakaalis yata siya, and to Vice Mayor Richard Hilario. Sa ating pong special na bisita ngayon, si Provincial Administrator Hubert Dolor. Si Governor Dolor happens to be a friend of mine. Bago ako mag-umpisa po, pwede ko ipakilala lang yung aking contingent. We have here my Chief of Staff, si Engineer Philip Puzon, formerly with the European Union, Manila. Tapos nandito si Colonel Sumega, one of my best students sa CIDG. He was one of the original, students. First batch ng cognitive interviewing. Then we have the MITD head, a programmer, nandito si Francis Camarao. And then we have 3 analysts who are with me today. Si Jomar Tampo. Jomar. Then si Shanri Roberts. Shanri. And then we have Jeff Damuslog. And then we have here my executive assistant who is also providing a lecture on contact tracing. Nandito si Sam Hamada. Then nandito si Noel Marines. And then my chief security, nandito si Roland Dayag. Well, anyway, unang-unang gusto ko lang batiin yung aking mga kasamaan dati sa Philippine National Police and more importantly, itong mga Special Action Force because I spent so much time with the Special Action Force and I'm better known as someone from SAP rather than just being a police officer. So I'm really identified myself with the Special Action Force. Pangalawa is, siguro nagtataka kayo, bakit si Magalong hindi ba nag-file na ng irrevocable resignation? I filed my irrevocable resignation about 2 months ago. Kaya lang ho, hindi po tinanggap. So habang naghihintay po ako ng kapalit, kinausap po ako na to stay hold over habang naghihintay pa sila ng aking kapalit. So I cannot just simply abandon my post and then forget everything and just leave it and just quit. Kasi kailangan kong tingnan din ho yung national interest. Kaya tuloy-tuloy ho yung ginagawa ho namin training to capacitate ito pong ating mga local government units, especially sa level po ng munisipyo o cities. Another is, probably some of you are also asking, bakit tayo nag-train dito sa Bongabong? When in fact, halos zero naman yung ating cases dito. Siguro yun ang tanungin. Siguro yung pinaka-critical na question is, bakit? Bakit? Unang-una, galing na po doon sa Baguio yung inyong technical team para mag-aral. I think they stayed there for about 3 to 4 days sa Baguio. Naturuan na. Bakit another training? Now, just would like to emphasize and explain to you that this is an initiative of your mayor in coordination with the provincial government. Bakit? Bakit ginagawa? It's because I believe the reason why we're doing this, not only to capacitate you, but to organize you as a core group of contact tracing of the entire province of Oriental Mindoro. Because anything can happen. Anything can happen sa COVID-19. Look at the case of Mountain Province. Ang Mountain Province sa Cordillera, dati-rati, 1, 2 kaso. Swerte na yung magkaroon sila ng 3 kaso. And then one particular day, bigla silang tinamaan ng 80, naging 90, naging 100. Ngayon, ang taas-taas. Tinamaan pa ng UK variant. Pagdama ng UK variant, nag-reinforce ang DOH, nag-reinforce ang Region 1, Region 2, Region 3. Sa Baguio naman, sabi ko, kayo nang bahala dyan. Ako nang bahala sa La Trinidad kasi tinamaan din ng UK variant sa Benguet. Naghati kami ng tasking. After 2 days, sabi ng DOH na nagpunta sa Mountain Province Mayor, pakitulungan mo nga kami. Bakit? Wala pong sistema ang contact tracing dito. And to think that there were UK variant. Ganon din yung nangyari sa Kalinga. Dati-rati ang Kalinga, 1, 2, 3 kaso. And then one particular day, biglang tinamaan na 70. Biglang naging 70. Naging 90. In some days, umaabot na sila ng 100 a day. So anything can happen. Unfortunately, pag tinanong mo na naman sila, kumusta yung contact tracing nila, everybody just confused. Paano gagawin yung contact tracing? So if something happens in Calapan, something happens in Nawas, something happened in the other municipalities, I'm pretty sure na hindi pa nila well-established yung mga sistema na ituturo namin sa inyo, especially on the analytical tools. I presume, going over your data, nandun kayo sa contact tracing efficiency ratio of 1:3, 1:4, 1:5. Ganun din. Nationwide, alam nyo ba na ang contact tracing nationwide, nandun lang tayo sa 1:6. Nung December, naging 1:5 pa. Ang national contact tracing ratio natin is 1:7. Napakalayo sa 1:37. So this is precisely yung malaki nating problema sa buong Pilipinas. Hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin natin na itataas yung contact tracing. At ang nakita namin is because local government, especially the chief executive, are not directly involved in the management of the COVID-19 and also in contact tracing. Pinapabayaan lang. Unlike, I was really surprised dito sa Bongabong. Nagulat ako yung enthusiasm ng inyong mayor. That despite the fact na nagturo na kami, nagpapunta pa, inimbita pa kami rito para siya na mismo ang mag-organize ng training ng buong Oriental. Sa tulong ng ating provincial government. So again, kayo pong nag-training ngayon, hindi lang po kayo para sa Bongabong. Hindi rin lang po kayo para doon sa inyong mga munisipyo. Kayo po ang tutulong sa buong probinsya. Lalo-lalo na po sa mga bagong sistema. With all the data that's coming in during contact tracing, yung mga information na makukuha nyo, hindi nyo po kayang i-process yan. Hindi ho kaya ng utak natin na i-process ho lahat yan. Kailangan po natin ang teknolohiya. Kailangan po natin ng mga makabagong sistema. Yan po ngayon ang ituturo po namin sa inyo. Hindi po kami humihiwalay doon sa sistema o iniiba yung sistema na ginawa po ng DOH o kaya yung NTF na contact tracing. Ginawa po natin yung contact tracing module. At sinunod po natin yung sistema ng Department of Health. Meron lang po tayong konting binago, tulong ng DILG. Pero kung itinuturo po namin ngayon sa inyo, yan po yung mga sistema mag-e-enhance nung contact tracing. So kung ano po yung mga itinuro po sa inyo ng Department of Health, DILG, yun po yung basic na contact tracing. Yun po yung sundan natin. Ulitin ko, ang ituturo po namin sa inyo, yung ibang sistema kung paano nyo i-enhance yung contact tracing process. So please sit tight, listen to your resource persons, make the most out of it. Ito po, whatever skill that you will acquire here, I'm pretty sure that one day, kayo rin po ang tutulong dun sa mga nangangailangan ng munisipyo ng inyong mga skill. So maraming salamat po sa inyong kooperasyon. And to our provincial government, maraming salamat, Provincial Administrator Hubert, and to our local government, Vice Mayor Richard, pakisabi na lang kay Mayor Elgin, maraming salamat. God bless po.
Thank you so much to our Baguio City Mayor. Agyaman kami kan agragsak nga nakapasyar kayo dito ay munisipyo ti Bongabong. To continue our training and lecture, we'll be having the contact tracing health module to be conducted and officiated by Dr. Donna Panes.
So, good morning po. Do I come in clear po? Hello? Hello po. Do I come in clear po?
Clear ka,
Okay. Thank you so much po. I just want to honor actually the team of our mayor. No, there's no team I would rather be than to be with his contact tracing team, and there's so much to learn of his wisdom, and I hope that you will get the same wisdom at the end of this lecture. By the way po, I'm Dr. Panes po. I head the City Epidemiology and Surveillance Unit of Baguio City, and I just have a very few objective for this session, which is to lay down foundations and principles of contact tracing. So regardless po of your resources, iba-iba po kasi, iba ang siyudad, iba ang mga munisipyo, Pero iisa po yung prinsipyo ng contact tracing, which is the one that I'm going to show you briefly. And to start with, before tayo mag-start ng merienda natin, baka ayaw na nating magmerienda. This is this is a disease that has been persistently with us in the past, but we have already eradicated it. And this is what we call the smallpox. It is caused by a virus po, no? Itong sakit na ito. But we all know that this wasn't eliminated just by vaccine alone. This disease, based on the book of Douglas in 2003, the eradication po of smallpox was because of an extensive contact tracing that has been done. And after the extensive contact tracing, vaccination was already initiated. And with the Ebola, Ebola has been with sub-Saharan Africa back about 7 years ago, 2014, 2015, 2016. Despite the absence of the vaccine back then, they were able to disrupt the transmission of Ebola because of an extensive contact tracing, no? So, at kung titignan nyo tong figure na to, this is what they do. They started identifying people who came in contact with the person. They monitored the person who came in contact there, put them on quarantine. Then they were able to stop the transmission of the disease. So it's very important that we already know that contact tracing works. And but the mayor just said a while ago, the contact tracing ratio of the government until now is 1:7. So actually, we cannot stop this COVID-19 unless we do all public health measures, which includes contact tracing as well. No, actually, ang contact tracing po ay isa sa pinakamura nating public health measure. Kasi we just have to ask the people's cooperation in making sure that we get the details of the names of people they come in contact with. And back then, when it wasn't being followed by other LGUs, so our mayor really plead with the national government and making sure that he becomes visible, of making sure that the public will know how important contact tracing is. By the way, this has been one of our most important public health measure back when we were starting yet with the pandemic, no? Aside from, of course, coming up with structures like creating the city interagency task force and making sure that people would wear masks, we have institutionalized contact tracing ahead of any local government unit in the Philippines. And it has become an advocacy of our mayor, Benji Magalong, to really um, make sure that contact tracing is in place. Is this only for COVID-19? That is the question. Of course, it is not. No, we have been using contact tracing in other infectious disease such as tuberculosis. If you didn't know, kaya po ang TB hindi natin ma-eliminate as a public health problem dahil hindi natin ginagawa yung tamang pag-contact trace natin sa mga pasyenteng may TB. So every day, 75 people, Filipinos, dying of tuberculosis every day because we have failed the missing link to address TB, and that is to do contact tracing. The same way with other infectious diseases that we are monitoring, we can actually stop the transmission of this infectious disease if we have a system to do contact tracing. And that's what we are doing now, partnering with our TESDA people to make sure that contact tracing is being one of the trainings being offered, such that it will now encompass all other infectious disease that we will be facing later on. Um, yeah. And yeah, before I start on with the lecture, that's just an introduction. Sabi nga po ng back then, a very good philosopher named Alexander Pope, he said that a little knowledge of everything is dangerous. So it's very important now that we have to empty our minds, our our whatever we have right now, so that we can understand the basic principles of contact tracing. And sabi ko nga kanina, this has been the public health measure back when vaccination or immunization has not been discovered by your this Edward Jenner. Dr. Edward Jenner was the one who discovered immunization, but back then they did not have any measures. And as you can see, we don't have any vaccines yet. But how come other countries have just a very few cases? Because nga of the contact tracing has been very effective to them. And currently, with the sabi nga ni Mary kanina, we need new technologies to do this. So there are a lot of innovations already pertaining to contact tracing. Like there are lots of digital technologies. We and this what we call the epidemic electronic eyes already. Meron na tayong tinatawag na electronic eyes. The gadgets that we use, no, that these are the ones being marketed in the online businesses of this gadget that you put on your wrist, so such that you will be alerted when you are you came in contact with a person with COVID-19. But there are a lot of researchers who would say that people prefer coronavirus contact tracing to be carried out by both a combination of apps and humans. So you will appreciate later on with with Colonel Max lecture uh, of the importance of use of humans in contact tracing. No? Mas personal. Tayo pa naman mga Pilipino, we want services to be very personal. There's human contact. So these are the things that we will learn as we move on this lecture. And to start with, we just have to review the virus. No, this virus, what we call SARS-CoV-2. No, may SARS-CoV-1 pa. Yes, meron po back in 2003 and 2004. Ito yung SARS-CoV-1. No, but this is different. This is a strain of this coronavirus, which what we call SARS-CoV-2, and the diagrammatic representation of this looks like this. The pink there, the pink color there is what we call the S protein, which attaches itself to the body. No pa, so ito yung pangdikit niya sa katawan ng tao, and kung saan siya didikit, doon magmamanifest yung iba't ibang sintomas natin. And once it comes inside of us humans, i-recognize po ito ng katawan natin na foreign body. So what does the body do? It reacts to itself. It starts to fight it, and sometimes this fighting mechanism of the body will cause the different symptoms that we have. So we already know that the symptoms related to COVID-19 is related to the to where they attach itself, and sometimes they undergo mutation. This is a very, very peculiar po na characteristic ng virus. Nagbabago siya kasi kailangan parang ano lang yan what we call in evolution na survival of the fittest. Bago siya mabuhay, kailangan niyang mag-adapt sa environment, and nagkakaroon siya ng changes sa katawan niya. And this is what we call the variant. No, the variant will be it gives the virus a tendency to make it survive for a longer period of longer, survive itself to that. This virus would as well be as we can see, it changes itself, no, and what we call variant. So meron na tayong iba't ibang variant ngayon, and some of these variant are actually more infectious, but it doesn't mean more severe as well. Okay, so let's just go to the basic of contact tracing. Contact tracing is not a one-time event, but a process of identifying, assessing, and managing people. So it doesn't mean no, na pag na-identify mo na siya, na-assess mo na siya, tapos na yung trabaho po. Hindi po. Ang contact tracing, kasama po dyan ang management, including isolation of the case and quarantining of the close contact. So this is a very good diagrammatic representation of these patients. That's why you can, so that you will understand how extensive your contact tracing is because of this figure. Just imagine this person, subject A, na meron siyang symptoms, no? We just have this patient here at home, okay, na may sintomas siya. Some of them actually wouldn't have any symptoms, or what we call polysymptomatic, hindi masyadong napapansin ng pasyente, no? Pwedeng hindi siya makaamoy pero hindi niya naman alam yun kasi may allergic rhinitis siya. And this person would go to work and ride the tricycle, ride the jeepney, ride the train, okay? And this person, okay, would be interacting to, aside from the B na kabahay niya, would be interacting with C and D. And pagdating niya sa trabaho, he will be interacting with E, F, G, H, I. Okay? And then, after niya nag-work, meron pa dito, na-insert ko lang dito, may train ulit or transportation. Pag pauwi sa bahay. So, we might be having I, J, K, L, M, N patient here. Now you have a set of close contacts who came in contact with patient A here. So ngayon, ang gagawin natin is to contact trace these people, this alphabet here, numbering to around 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, and it can even extend to 10, 11. So it's very important that in your contact tracing, you just don't focus on the patient's contacts at home, or maybe at work, or maybe some other things, baka nag-party pa yan o dumaan pa ng grocery. So these are the things that we would like to look on in contact tracing, such that when we were able to identify these people, we can box the virus, but by making sure that these people will undergo quarantine. Okay? Okay. Just continue on the discussion. This is a very good representation. It might be too small, no, sa mga nasa gym, but this is a very good figure of showing us how the contact tracing would be done. So this is done through depending on your purpose, ano, but both the contact tracers would have to do this. The first one is breaking the chain of transmission. Yung sinasabi ko kanina, the goal of contact tracing is to break the chain. And how are you going to do that? You identify close contact who may come in contact with the person 2 days before the patient had symptoms, or 2 days before the collection of specimen if the patient is asymptomatic. And until that time, the patient was identified as a confirmed case and before isolation. In that way, we can break the chain of transmission. But another purpose, of course, of contact tracing, which we usually sometimes neglect it, is to identify the sources. Oo, na-identify natin kung sino yung posibleng mahawaan niya. Pero kung tatanungin nyo, saan niya nakuha? So yun yung babalikan natin yung 2 weeks before. Saan ba galing yung 2 weeks before na yan? Yan po kasi yung kanyang incubation period. Ito po yung time na you got in contact with the person with COVID-19 until you manifest the symptoms. It has a range of 2 to 14 days, and we go maximum of the incubation period, which is 2 weeks before. What are we going to do in the 2 weeks before? We have to make sure that we have to identify settings. Is it in a grocery store? Is it in a bank? Is it in a mining community? Is it in a barracks of police stations? Is it in jails? Is it in a resort? Is it in a bar? So ito yung mga settings na kailangan nating ma-identify para ma-crush natin yung cluster. Is this an event? Meron bang trainings na naganap? Meron bang mga dance practices? Mga inuman na nangyari dyan? These are events. And of course, the people. You have to identify sino kaya yung mga nakasalamuhan niya to make sure na i-identify natin siya para makita natin baka ito nga yung source nito at na-infect na rin niya ang ibang tao outside of the bubble that you have individually. So it's very important that we have to do that in contact tracing. And what makes the contact tracing work is that it is going back to 14 days prior as our point of reference, and this will become our game changer. So while enough that we have to do contact tracing forwardly, we have to do it backwardly as well. Okay? And in making sure that public health measures are in place sa ating mga health people who are in this team, you have to understand some basic principles of microbiology, which is how does someone get infected with the virus? No, is this in the air? Is this you can get it from touching an object? Is this something that you get when you rub shoulders with somebody else? Okay, you get infected to somebody who also has the COVID-19 or 19 disease or the SARS-CoV-2 virus, no? Nakukuha mo ito dahil siya din ay meron nito. So yung ituturo po sa inyo mamaya ni Sir Shanri is that hahanapin nyo yung link ng mga cases together using an analytical tool, because sabi ko nga, disease doesn't appear in random. They are connected or linked to each other. No? So it's very important also that you have to understand how you get infected. Just imagine a person who who has been inhaling the virus, no? Bakit mo nga naman nai-inhale? Kasi humihinga ka. Bakit ka humihinga? Kasi buhay ka pa. Ganun lang naman 'yon. So kung ayaw mong ma-infect ng COVID, huwag kang huminga, hindi naman po pwede 'yon. So it's very important na po na kailangan po nating magsuot ng mga different public mga face mask and facial social distancing, because they matter to us. In this figure you can see that the infection you can get varies depending on the exposure to a person, on the droplet at a certain period of time and at a certain distance. No? The thing is, we don't know how much of the virus comes out of a person. It might be 1,000 viruses, for example. It might just be 100 viruses, or pwedeng 10 virus lang naman ang ibinubuga ng isang taong may COVID. And that since you are inhaling, nai-inhale mo po ito without you knowing. The thing is that you won't know, no, kung kanino po kanino sa mga taong to mo nakita. Kanino ka nahawa dahil wala naman siyang distinct symptoms na na magsasabi na meron kang SARS-CoV-2, which leads me to my next slide, which is that this is the spectrum of SARS-CoV-2. Ano ibig sabihin ng spectrum? Ito yung ano ang itsura ng isang taong may COVID, no? Dalawa lang naman to. Either you are asymptomatic and you are symptomatic, no? Lahat po ba ng sakit may ganyang stage? Hindi po, no? For example, measles po, tigdas. Ang tigdas po, 'pag ikaw may tigdas ay talaga namang makikita mo talaga sa body rash, sa body ng isang pasyente na meron kang mga rash. Gano'n din po yung smallpox na pinakita ko kanina. 'Pag may smallpox ka, meron kang nakikitang mga rashes. The thing with SARS-CoV-2 is that meron ka nitong sakit na 'to pero wala kang sintomas. And the scariest part is that you are already transmitting the virus without you knowing it. And sometimes you put your guards down, you remove your mask, you remove your face shield, and that's the time na ihahawa mo siya. So yun yung gusto kong ipakita dito. That is why when you go out as contact tracers later on, you have to make sure that you protect yourself first. Okay? By making sure that you have your level 1 PPEs, that's wearing your face mask and your face shield when doing the interview. No? Failure kasi ang isang response natin kung yung contact tracer mismo na apektuhan. So uumpisahan natin, no? Tayo mismo makikita ng mga tao that we are putting on our personal protective equipment when we face them. Okay? That's a very, very good principle. This is a very good guide for the health workers here of the COVID-19 disease course. Ano? So sinabi ko kanina that the incubation period of COVID-19 is about 2 to 14 days, but median age Ibig sabihin, half of the cases would have an incubation period of 5.1 days. Ano ibang ibig sabihin nitong period na ito? Ito yung time that you got the virus, okay, until you manifest signs and symptoms. Okay, for example, you had a symptom today. Oo, tingnan nyo nga yung katabi nyo dyan. Baka inuubo siya. Okay, so ngayon siya inubo. Today is February 26. So babalikan natin, kailan niya kaya nakuha yung virus? Bibilang tayo ng 5 days, the median age. Pero sabi ko nga, the very wide incubation period is about 2 to 14 days. So medyo dun tayo mahihirapan sa mga pag-recall ng pasyente, but you will learn the skill later on with Sir Max. So now that you have symptoms of, you're having symptoms right now, you might have gotten the virus back on Saturday. That's February 21, no? So that's in February 21, saan ka kaya nagpunta? Baka nagpunta ka sa grocery, namalengke ka, sumakay ka ng jeep, may umubo sa harap mo, huminga ka, nahinga mo yung mga viruses na yon, particles and so on, then you got the virus there. Okay? And what will happen to you after that? You'll be having acute mild phase, no? Just a very symptomatic ang tawag natin, no? Very, very mild that you cannot even notice it because you have allergic rhinitis at times, lalo na ngayon, very cold ang weather. You might be having these symptoms of just cough. Our most common na sa Baguio City is actually cough and colds and sore throat and then fever. So yun yung mga very common namin dito na patient. And after that acute mild phase, sometimes hindi na tayo nagpapacheck, magaling ka na eh. So you start going out again. After that very mild 5 to 10 days. And that at that time you are still infectious and you got to infect other people as well. So ito yung sinasabi natin, so na kailangan pa rin nating mag-wear ng face mask and face shield with or without symptoms. Okay? Now you have a patient, diretso sa hospital, no? Yeah, by the way, you have a case fatality rate with the MIMAROPA has increased at 2%. So kaya pa nating pababain yan, ano, no? So don't just be using number of cases as one of your surveillance data, but you have to look at other data as well in terms of how many people are dying related to COVID or non-COVID. You might not be testing enough, but people are dying, but they might be COVID. So we ask the surveillance unit to level up in terms of making sure that multi-source surveillance is being used just to make sure that we have really identified who the real cases are and apparently not being tested. So we have a patient here, no, diretso sa hospital, no. Today, for example, no, you saw somebody brought to the hospital February 26, having symptoms of difficulty of breathing and shortness of breath, ang oxygen niya ay mababa. So dinala siya sa hospital. Now you are seeing a patient already on the 10th day of infection. So si contact tracing, kailangan balikan niya yung pasyente back 24 days. Ang tagal, ano? Para alamin kung saan niya nakuha yung pasyente. So kung nakakakita po tayo ng pasyente na nasa hospital na, make sure that this figure in front of you will be kept in your mind so that you will not be missing the where the patient got the infection. Do not go back 14 days from the time the patient was at the hospital because he might be at that 11th day already of the infection. So you might be missing a lot in terms of your contact tracing. So what do we do with contact tracing? We identify the transmission source. This is the game changer I was talking about. You trigger containment action. Okay, what's this containment action? Make sure that you are as targeted as possible in your contact tracing so that when you do containment action, it will not be the whole community being on lockdown, because this might affect the economy, no. We cannot be surviving with a lot of lockdowns and a very wide lockdowns when we can, through contact tracing, as detailed as possible, and making sure that we can do isolation and quarantine as targeted as possible without sacrificing the economy. So gusto kasi natin mamuhay ng normal without people getting mental health illness, and may makakain pa ba sa mesa. So we have to make sure that um, there as detailed as possible in our actions, so that uh we can resume our normal activities. And that's where the rhythm of contact tracing is. We identify the source of transmission, we contain the infection to a lot of measures, and the rhythm of contact tracing will start. You have to realize that the COVID-19 mimics the pyramid, no, the iceberg phenomenon, which what we call the this figure here is the iceberg phenomenon. So itong very basic principles na ginagamit natin sa epidemiology and surveillance, kaya dapat hindi lang po tayo nagbibilang ng kaso. It doesn't mean that you have one case, you're good. It doesn't mean that you have zero case, you're good. Sabi nga ni Mayor kanina, the same with what happened with Mountain Province. They just had a very few cases, and then one day everybody woke up with the two-digit number of cases. So what does this iceberg phenomenon tells us? The people are dying is just what we initially see. Okay, are we testing all our deaths with COVID-19? We don't swab everyone, but they might be dying with COVID-19, right? So it's very important that you enhance your surveillance. Make sure that you count and compare your number of deaths previously from the same period last year, or the same last month. You can compare that, because we don't test everyone, sabi ko nga. And then you also would like to know how many of these how many people are already in the hospital. We have to realize we don't test every day or everyone. Okay, we don't do that because resources are meager. So, alamin natin dumadami ba ang naho-hospital compared to the same period last year, and they can be a good source of surveillance system without us testing. So, kung makikita nyo, naku, dumadami na pala ang na-admit sa hospital. COVID or non-COVID, they have to be analyzed by your surveillance unit. So, napaka-critical yan, i-gather yung mga datos na yan kasi hindi nga tayo nagtitest araw-araw. You can also look at other surveillance system in place. Do we have an ILI surveillance in place in the area? Ilan na ba ang sinisipon? Ilan ang inuubo? Nagpapa-check up pa ba sila o hindi na? Ang tanong ko diyan nagsu-surveillance din ba tayo sa mga pharmacy? Ilan na ang bumibili ng pangsipon o pang-ubo? Baka dumadami na hindi natin po nakikita ito, and they are good source of surveillance system to help you analyze your data. While the one that we see, that one we test, they might be at the asymptomatic stage, detected only by the laboratory test. And sometimes these are our basis for for saying na wala na tayong kaso. Just make sure that you won't miss the tip of the iceberg. That's what I'm telling in this figure. Okay. So in summary, we can control COVID-19, and through what? It's a whole of government, no? That's why Baguio City has been going around making sure that we extend technical assistance, because this is whole of government approach. This is pandemics. This is a global issue. So it also needs a global solution, a global approach, and it has to be whole of society. It cannot be government alone. It cannot be the society alone, but the community. We make them part of the solution, making sure that they are empowered on how to take care of themselves, because that is the real public health is making sure that the health is in the hands of the people, and giving them enough information to translate those knowledge into practice. And There are minimum health protocols set by the government. All we have to do is to implement them, but implementation is not just as simple as what we thought, because it takes a good leadership. We need a champion. So si Mayor Maglaluan kanina, really, no, meron kayong champion sa Bungabong in the person of your mayor, making sure that all systems are in place. It's not really making sure that you have a zero case. It is making sure that when there are COVID-19 cases, you are able to handle it. And the only way to test your system is there are cases you experience. So, ganito din yung na-experience namin sa Baguio City. That's I always tell that chaos brings clarity. As we encounter more patients, it doesn't mean that we have a poor leadership. It's just telling us that we have to act on something. And ganun ka-proactive yung mayor nyo, no? Hindi pa nagkakaroon ng ganito, meron ng systems in place. Ang kailangan na lang natin is matest itong system na ito. And it can expose a lot, it can surface a lot of issues when we have experienced these cases. So no, so in the end, we still go back to the PDITR, the videos that you have watched kanina, and making sure that contact tracing will not be neglected as one of your public health measures. And this is in summary the one that we would like to convey as a message. What is contact tracing? Why do we do contact tracing? How do we do it? You will learn this later on after my lecture. When do we do it? It is as soon as possible. And who will do it? Yang katabi nyo po, kasama nyo po yan. I-engage ang mga community members, the BHERTs, you engage them, the health facility, the health team, the police team, making sure they are doing their function well and empowering them to take care of their own health. In the end, if you would like to learn more of contact tracing, there are already online courses that the government has been offering. We make sure that all the technical the principles behind contact tracing in this different modules has been under the watch of Mayor Benji. So marami kaming meetings with WHO, marami kaming meetings with TESDA, with DILG. Etong mga ito ay naging instrumental po si Mayor Benji in all of these different trainings. So you will never go wrong in these trainings as well. So just make sure that your tracing team is already enabled to prepare you for the different lectures this afternoon. So if you have any question, you can chat them there in the chat box so that we can continue with our lecture. I can answer them individually in the chat box. Thank you very much po for inviting the Baguio team to be part of this process that you are formulating and coming up with, making sure that you have a structure, you have a system, you have the people with you, and you have to work synergistically together. It cannot be the police alone, it cannot be the health alone, it cannot be the government alone, but this is the time to make sure that these systems are in place why we only have this pandemic. Later on, ito po yung magiging um, hugot natin, no? Will this be the last pandemic? It will not be the last pandemic, but at least we have a system in place so that in the near future, when there are events like this again, our team is already in place, our system is already in place, so that we can, minimize the impact of pandemic in our area. So thank you very much po and good morning.
Thank you so much. And that ends the presentation for the contact tracing health module conducted by Dr. Donna Panes. So from the presentation, do we have any questions from our audience? Any questions that you would like to raise? So, doon po sa may mga question, you can just raise your hands and we will just approach you for any questions that you have. So from the participants, any questions? Okay. So to proceed with our training and lecture, we'd like to call the cognitive interviewing. I'd like to let us welcome and give a round of applause for Police Lieutenant Colonel Maximo Sumegang.
Isulat nyo po yung information makukuha nyo from your interview. Isa muna ang mag-interview, then after 5 minutes, change interviewee po tayo. So hindi sabayan na magtatanong kayo. Isa lang muna ang interview. Sige lang po, sige lang po. Ang pa natin dito is paano kayo mag-conduct ng interview. Siya ang magtatanong, sagutin mo lahat ng mga tanong. After what, pagpalitan kayo, ikaw naman mag-interview sa kanya. Backtracking. Backtrack. Subukan mo ano. Kasi magbabacktrack tayo ng activity ng isang weekend. Kung anong ginawa niyo umaga hanggang hapon. Sa kanya. Treat your interviewee as a COVID positive patient. Parang pasyente yung kausap nyo mismo. Kayo yung nagbabacktrack. Kayo yung nagko-contact trace. Wala pa yung 5 minutes ha? Change partners. Last 1 minute bago tayo mag-change partner. Wala pa, wala. 1 minute pa. Sige, tapusin niyo yung 5 minutes. Kunyari lang to. Pero, i-treat nyo nga yung kausap nyo as a COVID positive. 5 minutes. 30 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, change interviewee, change interviewer. Last 1 minute. Sige. Last 30 seconds. Meron tayong ibang pan. Mic. Hello. Hello, hello. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, time's up. Back to your places na po. Evaluate natin ngayon yung mga interview na ginawa nyo. Meron pa ba dito tayo, meron pang medical practitioner dito? Doctor? Nurse? Meron po? Wala. Ano kayo, ma'am? Ay, sir. Doctor po? Nagkanda kayo ng interview din, sir? Okay? So, meron tayong isang kasama. Anymore? Kasi police, marami akong nakikita. Meron bang investigador dito? Galing kayong PPO? PPO? Investigador? So yung iba is volunteers po o ano? Ano po, ma'am? Sa anong kwan po kayo? Office? Contact tracer? LGU? Okay. Sige. Titingnan natin yung report ng isang investigator. Share mo kung anong information nakuha mo sa interview mo.
Sir, good morning, sir. Sir, ang aking subject, sir, si Police Master Sergeant Bal Fableo. Sir, upon meeting or contact tracing, so tinanong ko kagad yung kanyang mga kung sino siya. So siya si Police Master Sergeant Bal Turing Fableo, 49 years old, birthday March 10, 1971, married, police officer assigned at Police Investigation and Detective Management Unit, Oriental Mindoro PPO, as National Police Clearance PNCO. Graduated at Philippine College of Criminology way back 1994. Presently residing at Barangay San Mariano Rojas, Oriental Mindoro, with his wife, Mylene F. Fableo, and only daughter, Evelyn F. Fableo, 15 years old. So pareho silang healthy. With them, kasama nila sa bahay ang kanyang bianan na si Arsenia Francisco, 75 years old, widow, pero kasalukuyang walang sakit. Tinanong ko rin, sir, kung sino yung kanya, kung nagkasakit siya within 14-day period prior do sa interview. Kung nagkaroon siya ng ubo, nagkasakit, nagkahika, high blood, o anuman sakit, sinagot naman niya, sir, negative. So with regards dun sa kasamahan niya sa kanyang office, S7, PIDMU, sino yung kanyang mga nakasalamuha? Of course, ang aming S7 officer, si Lieutenant Colonel Lorin, yung mga kasamahan namin, ako bilang Chief Clerk, Police Executive Master Sergeant Joel Acerbo, yung mga kasamahan namin, sina Sergeant Cachero, Sergeant Agarap, Sergeant Escares, Sergeant Laceda, Sergeant Corocoto, Sergeant Lisora, ang aming dalawang NUP Kinson at NUP Claudine. At tinanong ko, sir, kung nagkaroon din sila batay dun sa interview ko sa kanya, kung may napansin siya na mga sakit doon sa mga kasama, negative naman, sir. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Yung kasama naman niya, yung partner niya, ikaw naman mag-share. Hindi ka ikaw lang nag-interview. Kaya yan yung inaano natin, 5 minutes. Paano mo makuhanan siya ng information? Okay, anyway, sige, next. Ikaw, ma'am? Sure. Okay lang po. Share mo lang yung information.
Yan, yung sa akin po ay, yan, tinanong ko po muna yung pangalan niya. Yan, si Sir Mark Fernandez po, 26 years old. At nagtatrabaho po siya sa City LG Bongabong. At ang birthday po niya ay February 5, 1995. Single po at ang religion po niya ay Roman Catholic. At nakatira po siya sa San Miguel, Rojas. At tinanong ko din po yung pangalan ng tatay niya na si Sanito Fernandez at nagtatrabaho po sa isang construction at ang nanay po niya na si Melanie Fernandez na OFW at meron po siyang tatlong lalaki at may kapatid din po siyang 4 na babae. Yun lang po.
So, hindi po kayo nakapag-backtrack ng activities niya previous days? Hindi na. Okay, sige. Kayo po, sir.
Tinanong ko po si Miss Ginilyn Gaco, single, nakatira sa Pulosay, Bongabong, religion niya born again, blood type AB. Hiningi ko din po ang number niya at Gmail. Ang tatay niya ay si Johnny Gaco, farmer, at ang kanyang nanay ay si Juliet Gaco, housewife, at may 2 lalaking kapatid. Yun lang. At nagtatrabaho siya sa DILG contact tracing.
Saan?
Contact tracing po.
Thank you very much po. Doc, pwedeng kuhan? Thank you.
Hello po. So, interview po with Sir Aris, 25-year-old male from Bongabong, living with his wife, tsaka 2 anak, and works as a contact tracer dito sa Bongabong. So, upon interview po, usually by hand work lang siya, pero yung work naman niya is on call. For the past 7 days, wala siyang work, sa bahay lang siya, and the only instance na lumabas siya ng bahay is no Saturday sa simbahan. And as of now, wala naman siyang nararamdaman na mga symptoms such as fever, coughs, and colds.
Thank you, Doc. May narinig ako kaninang pana. Sige, paki-share.
Good morning po. I'm Police Staff Sergeant Atal from RIDMD po. Bali po yung aking subject is si Police Corporal Ronel Cordero Alcantara. Bali po yung information nakuha ko yung ilang taon na po siya, 27. Kung April 20, 1993 yung birthday, taga Zone 2, Socorro, Oriental, Mindoro. Ang workplace po niya, RIDMD, Camp Efegenio C. Navarro. Designated as Special Investigation Desk PNCO. Bali po nagkaroon siya ng symptoms noong February 20, nilagnat po siya at sinipon. Ang last previous activity na inattendan niya, February 19, yung attended flag lowering activity. Bali po meron siyang na-report po sa RHS, MIMAROPA, na meron siyang symptoms ng same date, February 20, yung protocol po namin na pag may nararamdaman na magre-report sa RHS para ma-evaluate siya. At nung February 26 po, February 26, lumabas po yung, February 25, na rapid test po siya. Nagkaroon po siya ng negative result. Pero nung February 26, nakandak po siya ng RT-PCR test by RHS MIMAROPA at doon po nalaman na siya ay positive. So nung nalaman po namin siya na positive, contact trace po namin yung mga activities at kung sino po yung mga nakasalamuhan niya. Based po sa mga activity niya, office at apartment lang po siya. Siya po ay nakatira sa Barangay Ilaya, Calapan City. At wala naman po siya kasama based po sa kanya po. At nung last Saturday, umuwi po siya sa Barangay Zone 2, Socorro. At ang kasama lang po niya sa bahay ay ang kanyang ama na si Mario and Imelda Alcantara. At ngayon po sila ay for evaluation and assessment ng Socorro MHO and for RT-PCR test na po, sir. So ngayon po, ang status po ni Sergeant Alcantara, siya po ay symptomatic, nilalagnat pa rin po, may sipon, at siya po ay naka-isolate sa Oriental Mindoro PPO quarantine facility, sir. Thank you po.
Thank you very much. Trabahong investigador, tiradang investigador. Sir, baka pwede niyong i-share din yung information na kuha niyo. Volunteers po kayo, sir, sa
Sa MDRRM mo po ng Gloria.
MDRRM po. Okay, sige.
So magandang umaga po. Ako po si Jun Toledo ng MDRRM mo Gloria. So base po doon sa activity natin, ang una pong ginawa, tinanong ko po ang pangalan ng aking ina-interview. Siya po ay si Mr. Jan Surat, 46 years old. So pagkatapos po noon, tinanong ko kung mga anong lugar yung kanyang pinuntahan. Ang sabi po niya, siya po ay galing lang sa office, then bahay, butika at municipal gymnasium. Tinanong ko po kung mga sino-sino yung kanyang mga nakasalamuha. Sabi po niya, yung pong aming mga office mate, ang kanyang pamilya, at yung barangay rescue team. Mga ano-ano activity yung kanyang ginawa sa looban po ng 2 araw. So ang sabi po niya, doon po sa municipal gymnasium, siya po ay naging speaker ng BLS training. So ang tanong ko pong muli, meron po ba kayong PPE? So yun po yung face mask, face shield or gloves. So, sabi po niya meron. So gaano po katagal na sila ay inyong nakasalamuha? So hanggang doon lang po, sir, yung akin natapos.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So, narinig niyo po ba lahat kung yung delivery ng information? Paano sila nakakuha ng information, yung mga kasama natin? Pwedeng ipatong na lang kaya? Kita ba? Sige. Nakikita ba ito ng ano? Pwede ba nating i-zoom? Okay, thank you very much. Mababa itong natin, whiteboard marker natin, yung whiteboard natin, kaya i-kuha nyo na lang para makita nyo. Now, bakit ang method natin is backtracking? Kailangan nating alamin yung daily activities niya. Kasi doon natin makukuha yung accurate na information about sa activities, persons interacted with, yung mga timeline, kasi kailangan makikita natin to. Ito yung magiging basis natin to determine kung totoo yung sinasabi ng kausap natin, yung interviewee natin. Most yung mga information na nakuha natin kanina is personal circumstances. Kung yung police, yung investigator natin, almost lahat personal circumstances yung una. Background ng tao, which is kailangan natin. Importante yan para ma-determine natin kung sino yung kausap natin. Then after which, general contacts and the activity. Nakuha lang natin yung kausap kung sino ang nakasalamuhan niya. And yung activity. The rest, household and workplace na contacts. Kung si Doc, tinanong niya yung symptoms. Kasi doon yung focus nila. Nadidetermine nila yung condition ng tao. Ang pulis, hindi niya alam yon. Tinatanong lang natin, pero hindi ganon ka-extensive yung knowledge natin about yung health conditions ng tao, even though alam natin yung mga symptoms. Kasi napapag-aralan na rin natin. Naririnig natin. Nagkakaroon ng announcement, nagkakaroon ng information about sa COVID-19. Pero expertise-wise, sila ang nakakalam. Mga doctors natin, mga health workers natin. Okay? So hanggang dito lang yung extension ng interview natin. Pero hindi pa natin na-identify specifically kung sino itong kasama sa bahay, kung sino yung kasama sa workplace. Very generic. Ang sabi lang is, pumunta sa work, after ng work, umuwi ng bahay. Sino kasama sa work? Si chief clerk, binanggit niya lahat yung kasama doon sa work. The question is, during that day, lahat ba yun nakasalamuhan ng patient natin? Nagkaroon ba sila ng interaction, face-to-face, or any form na nandun sila sa isang kwarto? Di ba? Malay mo, baka pati yung chief nyo, nandun lang siya sa opisina niya. Nandun din kayo sa office. Pero never kayo nagkaroon ng interaction during the day. Kaya nga binabacktrack natin yung activity from morning until natulog. Okay? Timeline. Wala tayo dito. Importante ang timeline. Basically, ilang minutes ang biyahe from Bongabong to Calapan? 2 hours. Normal conditions na yun. Wala namang traffic, wala namang ano dyan. Let's say 2 hours. Ang tao, yung patient natin, umalis siya ng Bongabong at 10 o'clock. Dumating siya ng Calapan around 1:30. Normal ba yon? It would take you 3 hours, 30 minutes to travel compared to the regular or the usual 2 hours na time travel. The same lang naman. Diba? Pag hindi natin bigyan ng pansin yun, Anong nangyari? Bakit umabot siya ng ganong katagal ng biyahe? Okay? Sabihin lang natin yung tao, conscious siya, umalis siya ng bahay. 10 o'clock. Pero paglabas niya ng bahay, along the way, huminto. Bumili. May nakita siyang katropa, pare, kumusta? Pupunta akong Kalapan eh. Nagkwentuhan. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Napagod somewhere along the way. Ano yung susunod po na bayan? Ano po? Ano pong susunod na bayan after? Okay, hindi ko hindi ko ma-front. Okay. Pumunta siya diyan, dumating sa susunod na bayan. Naihi. Lumabas ng sasakyan, pumunta sa isang restaurant, umihi. Nakita niya masarap yung pagkain, nagmerienda. Kaya siya umabot ng 3 hours, 30 minutes from the usual na 2 hours. Okay? Importante yon. Now, pag ini-interview kasi natin yung tao, saan ka nanggaling, saan ka pumunta? Yun lang. Galing ako Bungabong, pumunta ako tayong gap. Kahit nga lang yung sinasabi ko dito, maglalakad ka from the municipal hall hanggang doon sa bahay nyo, somewhere 500 meters away from here. Usual time, let's say 10 minutes. So yan yung mga hindi natin napapansin. Now, activities. Doon po ako kumain. Not knowing, birthday party pala yung pinuntahan. Okay na? Back mo, back. Back. Okay, balik tayo dito. Medyo nadidelay tayo sa connection. Define na lang natin yung contact tracing. It is a process of identifying, assessing, and managing people who have been exposed to a disease to prevent onward transmission. It is an essential public health tool for controlling infectious disease outbreaks. It will break the chains of transmission of infectious disease when systematic applied. Specific to COVID-19, this requires identifying persons who may have been exposed to COVID-19 and following them up daily for 14 days from the last point of exposure. Okay. So, nagdevelop yung contact tracing natin. Now, hindi po siya ngayon dun sa 14 days. Kasi that is yung 14 days, yan yung incubation period. Now, ang trinitrace ngayon, ang tracing natin pag asymptomatic at saka symptomatic, iba po. On our part as contact tracers, we will not dwell on the 14-day period, the 2-day period, the 5-day period. Mag-focus tayo sa pag-interview and getting information as much as possible. Kasi hindi po natin alam kung hanggang saan or kailan niya na-acquire yung virus. Okay? So, yan yung natin. Kaya kailangan natin yung pagiging investigador, yung mindsetting ng isang contact tracer na habang nakakakuha tayo ng information or hanggat hindi natin natutukoy kung saan particular place, time, or any activity, hindi natin natutukoy yung possible source of infection, tuloy po tayo sa pag-interview. Backtrack. Meron din tayong goals. Next slide. Goals of contact tracing, dire-diretso ko na lang kasi medyo mabagal yung sa internet. To interrupt ongoing transmission and reduce spread of an infection. To alert contacts to the possibility of infection and offer preventive counseling or prophylactic care. So for diagnosis, counseling and treatment to already infected individuals. If the infection is treatable, to help prevent reinfection of the originally infected patients. And ito po ang importante sa atin na non-health workers, to learn about the epidemiology of a disease in a particular population. Kailangan din natin maintindihan yan para alam natin yung ginagawa natin. As contact tracers, kailangan din natin magkakaroon ng initial analysis. Hindi lang tayo nagtatanong. We have to learn about the epidemiology. We have to learn about the virus. Kaya natin nalalaman yung incubation period, yung infectious period, yung mga yan. Para at least alam natin paano natin i-address yung mga kinakausap natin. Kasi sa totoo lang, pag nag-i-interview tayo, pag hindi natin na kausap, na-engage ng maayos yung patient, mas marami silang tanong kaysa sa atin. Tayo pa ang pagtatanungan. Ako, nagiging doktor na ako. Yung mga doktor namin, nagiging investigador na rin. Yun yung kagandaan ng sharing. Okay? So, importante yan. Share ko lang for the non-PNP. In our investigation, we have primary goals. It is to find out what happened and if anything did happen. And of course, to discover who did what. Paano natin yung mga yan? It is through the conduct of investigative interview. So, importante, mag-interview din tayo. Next slide. There's a crime, the criminal investigation. Pag may incident, you have to identify victims, suspects, and witnesses. Kailangan natin ma-identify ang mga ito. Next is to locate or trace yung mga perpetrators. To include safe houses, yung mga address nila. Sama natin yung mga witnesses. Bakit? Kasi after natin mag-file ng information, kailangan natin itong mga witness to stand in trial. Kailangan natin sila para sa hearing. Last is to arrest perpetrators. Yan ginagawa natin pag sa conduct ng criminal investigation. Now, if we have a positive case, sa contact tracing, na-identify natin yung mga close contacts, places of engagements, yung timeline. Okay? Then, locate and isolate yung mga close contacts, locate yung mga places of engagement for disinfection and decontamination. So, hindi lang ina-identify natin yung mga pinupuntahan niya para kunin yung mga information. Na-identify natin para ma-determine natin if kailangan bang i-decontaminate yung area o yung lugar. Okay? Doble yun, doble. Last is to test mga close contacts na identified, most especially yung mga high risk. Sila yung pinaka-primary na binibigyan natin ng testing. Kaya, pag nagkaroon tayo ng maraming cases, marami tayong testing na gagawin. Para at least ma-determine natin yung extent ng exposure, extent ng infection ng isang index case. Okay, next slide. Next na. Yan. Cognitive technique is the ability to gather information from the interview, everything from his or her own account of places, names, things, and events. Ability to gather information. That is the cognitive interviewing technique. Nasa sa atin as interviewers on how to get information, valuable information, intended for our investigation. On the part of contact tracing, ito yung mga information na makukuha natin to identify yung mga close contacts ng isang positive case. So nasa sa atin yung abilidad natin na makukuha ng information. Okay? Sa cognitive interviewing technique, meron tayong cognitive approach. Next slide. Yan. Cognitive approach is creating an environment for the interviewee to relive the events he or she is going to be asked to recall. This approach aims to assist the interviewee recollect from their own memory. As contact tracers, sa cognitive approach, tayo ang mag-a-assist doon sa interviewee natin. Dapat mas marami silang sagot sa atin kaysa yung tanong. Isang tanong, pag nagtanong tayo sa kanila, bigyan tayo, one phrase or two sentence question, pero ang sasagot sa atin is 10 sentences na is that's the best na makukuha nating information. Paano natin gagawin yan? By creating an environment, establishing rapport. Ulitin ko, pag nag-interview tayo, yung mga ini-interview natin is matataas yung level of anxiety, shock, problematic, emotionally disturbed. Lalo na yung mga masyadong emotional, iiyak-iyak pa yan. Paano natin ma-interview? Would you think yung state of mind nila, yung state of condition nila is sasagutin tayo kaagad sa mga tanong natin? No. Hindi. They are more concerned sa condition nila than the questions na sinasabi natin. Yan yung reality sa lahat ng mga interviews natin with regards sa contact tracing. So paano natin gagawin yun? Kaya nga, as a cognitive interviewer, we have to develop yung 4 na skills. Ito yung establishing rapport. First is planning and preparation, establishing rapport, active listening, and effective questioning. Pag na-develop natin yon, dali-dali na mag-interview. Kahit anong klaseng interview. Okay? Kasi ang pinakamahirap, yung pag-establish ng rapport. Nag-interview ako ng isang PDF. Preso, nag-positive sa kulungan. Di ba awkward? Pulis ako. Preso siya. Kakaroon ng hesitation. Kasi syempre, akala niya, tatanungin ko about yung case niya or what? No. Paano ko establish yung rapport ko sa kanya? Kalimutan mo, pulis ako. Interviewin kita, kakausapin kita sa ganitong condition mo. After which, siya yung nag-open. Sir, paano ako? Paano yung kaso ko? Sir, pag nalumabas ba ako dito, counted ba yung pagkakulong ko sa pag-uwi? Or ibabalik pa ba ako ng kulungan? Ganon na. Okay? Yan yung mga concerns nila. Yan yung mga nagpapataas ng anxiety nila. And kung hindi natin ma-address yun, we will never establish our own rapport. And kung sumagot man sila sa mga questions natin, limited. O konti lang, pipiliin lang nilang sasabihin nila. And they have the intention to hid information. Okay? So kailangan natin mag-establish ng rapport. Plan and prepare, active listening, and effective question. Later on, sasabihin ko naman yon. Ang cognitive approach is hindi siya iisa lang. It depends on the person na kinakausap natin. Ang approach natin sa isang bata is not at all the same sa approach natin sa ibang mga tao. Sa matanda, sa mga elite, iba din, iba-iba. Paano mo i-approach yung isang may kapansanan sa pag-iisip? Iba din yon. Paano mo i-approach yung isang edukadong tao, mataas na ang pinag-aralan, iba din yun. Paano mo i-approach ang isang mayabang na tao? Iba din. So, cognitive approach is not constant. Okay? So, kailangan natin yan. Kasi pag nag-interview tayo, nakipag-usap tayo sa iba't ibang klaseng tao, iba-iba din yung approach na gagawin natin. Create an environment for the interview to relieve information. Okay, next slide. As a cognitive interviewer, meron tayong PIS model na sinusunod. PIS is the investigative interviewing free recall model. PIS provides the structure for investigative interviewing. Bucket structure. PIS is an acronym for planning and preparation. Engage and explain. Account, clarification challenge. C for closure, and E for evaluation. Yan. Yan yung ginagawa natin na parang step by step. Pinakauna dyan is yung planning. Planning and preparation outlines what to consider when planning and preparing for an interview. Ito yung pinakamaraming phase natin. Sige. Sige pa. Okay. Prepared plan. Kung starting pa lang tayo, kailangan naka-prepare tayo. Kailangan nakaplano. Ano yung gagawin natin? Basically, meron tayo. Sa ating police, pag meron tayong mga operation, at least mayroon tayong plano paano natin i-execute. Ganun lang din dyan. Roles of interviewers. Pag nag-contact tayo ng interview, dapat we have to identify our specific roles, our functions. Most especially pag 2 or more ang mag-conduct ng interview. Kasi kung hindi natin alam yung key role natin as an interview, part of the interviewing team, the tendency is, baka magsabay-sabay tayong magtanong, malilito yung interviewee natin. Lalo pang maging anxious, lalo pang maguguluhan. Hindi natin mapakalma. Or, kung magpalitan kayo, but you have different idea, magsishift yung utak ng tao. Okay? Sa backtracking, kailangan natin maging consistent. Kailangan natin makuha in toto. Parang we toe the line. Hindi tayo nag-jump. Kasi lalong maguguluhan yung interviewee natin. Okay? What facts do we have? Initially, meron tayong information from the CIF. Kaya nga natin nalaman na yung kausap natin is positive. Dahil meron siyang CIF. Ano to? Alam niyo ba kung ano yung CIF? Doc, ano yung CIF natin? Case Investigation Form. Ito yung finifill upan ng patient before ma-swab. Or ito din yata yung finifill upan nila pag na-admit sa hospital. Tama po ba? Oh, pag na-admit sa hospital, ganun din, CIF. Okay? Pero minsan, ang information sa CIF, kung ayaw nung tao na ibigay yung totoong information niya, pwedeng palitan. pwedeng ibahin yung doon natin makikita kung sino yung tao na kinakausap natin. Ano yung personality niya? Ano yung status ng buhay niya? Importante. Okay? Yun yung facts na meron tayo. Location, sa amin, sa Baguio, ang location is either dalawa lang yan. Sa bahay or sa isolation facility. Hospital, clinic, quarantine facility, yun mga yon. Dalawa lang yung posibleng pag-interviewan natin doon sa case natin. Sa Baguio, bago pa lang dalhin sa isolation facility or hospital yung tao, pinupuntahan na ng contact tracers natin. Once na nakuha namin yung information, ito yung ganyan, ito yung address niya, sino siya, send yung CIF, punta na kagad yung contact tracers natin. Of course, with complete PPE. Bakit? Pag sa bahay ka nag-interview, face-to-face yun nandun siya sa comfort zone pa niya. Mas madali pa siyang makarelax. Whereas kung i-compare mo doon sa isolation facility, wala na, iba na yung iniisip nun. Ito yung buhay ko ng 14 days, walang kasama, isolated. May mga cases kami umabot ng 45 days, 53 days. Halos mabuwang na. Nagpapasalamat na lang siya sa nurse na nag-check sa kanya. Kasi kung hindi pumapasok yung nurse, wala siyang nakikitang ibang tao. Pulis pa yun. Okay? Kahit na gaano ka-stable yung mind mo, pag tinamaan ka ng ganyan, yung hindi mo kaya yung wala kang outlet, very anxious ka, palagi kang nag-iisip, ano bang gagawin ko, ano bang mangyayari sa akin? Meron pa dyan, nagtanong sa amin, Sir, mamamatay ba ako? Oh. Ganon yung mindsetting ng mga tinatamaan, yung mga nagkakaroon ng, hindi ko man sabi na effect ng but that's the stigma ng COVID-19. Positive ka man o negative, yung stigma is nandun. Hindi pa maiwasan. Welfare issues. Kagaya nung sinasabi ko sa inyo, Sir, mabubuhay ba ako? Sir, paano yung pamilya ko? Sir, pagalitan ako ng mga kabarangay namin dahil malalockdown yung barangay dahil lang sa akin. Naging kasalanan pa niya, which is, hindi niya kasalanan yon. Walang may kasalanan kung magkasakit. Okay? Ano yung mga issues nila na kailangan nating i-address? Nandyan lahat yan. Welfare issues. Ano yung mga possible na sasabihin sa akin? Kung yung interviewin natin na patient is kayang makapagbigay ng assurance, doon tayo magkakaroon ng problema. May case kami sa Baguio. Mag-asawa, nag-positive. Nung gabi, tinawagan ng contact tracers natin. Nandun pa sila. Okay, stay put po kayo. Pupuntahan po kayo. Mag-ready lang. Hindi pa nakarating yung contact tracers natin at saka yung EMS. Wala na yung mag-asawa. Iniwanan yung dalawang anak. Isang 13 years old at isang 11 years old. Umalis sila outside ng area namin, pumunta ng Cervantes. That's Ilocos, Region 1. Buti na trace namin, buti na locate namin. Okay? So yun yung mga issues na yung towards themselves ba? Paano kami? Paano yung mga buhay, paano buhay namin? Sir, pag mag-lockdown, sinong bibili ng pagkain ng mga bata? Yung kasambahay niya. Ang ginawa namin, kami na ang bumili ng pagkain nila. Kami na ang nag-grocery para sa kanila. Okay? So, kailangan prepared tayo doon sa mga issues na ganyan, sa mga circumstances na ganyan. Other parties involvement, minsan, nakakatulong, minsan, nakakasama sa interview. Pag yung kinakausap natin, ini-interview natin is maraming nakapaligid. Sabi ko nga, minsan nakakasama. Sasabihin yung kinakausap, huwag mong sagutin, privacy yan. Ganon. Minsan nakakatulong naman. Nakalimutan nung kausap natin, yung interviewin natin, baka yung kasambahay niya, alam nila yung mga details. Sila nakapabigay. Dati pumunta ka po doon nung Sunday. Dati may bisita po tayo na si Kuya ganito. Legal issues and concerns. Ano ito? Siguro naman, nag-Facebook din kayo, nagbabasa din kayo ng news about COVID. Kung nabasa nyo dun yung somewhere in Bulacan, hinarangan nila yung bahay dahil nag-positive yung isang miyembro ng family. Nilagyan ng yero. Okay? That's discrimination. Pwede tayong kasuhan doon. So ano yung mga natin with regards to sa legal aspect ng contact tracing? Republic Act 11332. Ano yon? Ano yung Republic Act 11332? Mandatory reporting ng infectious disease. Article 9, Section D and E. Importante yan. Kailangan alamin natin yan. Yan yung magiging backbone natin as contact tracer. Palagi tayong babarain ng data privacy. Kaya ayaw nilang magbigay ng information dahil that's privacy. Okay? Secrecy between doctors and patients, confidentiality of information. But kung gagamitan natin yung sa Republic Act 11332, mandatory reporting nga, kailangan nilang ibigay yung information. Magkakaroon lang tayo ng violation if without the consent ng source of information, inilabas natin. Okay? That is violation. Pwede na tayong kasuhan doon. Kaya sa Baguio, ang ginagawa ni Mayor is, tinatawagan niya, kinukuha yung consent. Are you willing to divulge your information, your identity, para mas mapadali yung contact tracing natin? Pag sinabing yes, sisendan ni Mayor yan ng affidavit. Then, pwede na naming sabihin na ito po, yung tao ay nag-positive, lahat po, kung sino po yung mga nakasalamuhan niya in the past few days, pwede pong pumunta kayo sa nearest health center. Kaya medyo mabilis. Nakakatulong yan. Pero pag walang consent, huwag na huwag tayong maglabas ng information. We are covered by the non-disclosure agreement between contact tracers and patients. Kung ano yung information makukuha natin, it is only for the intended contact tracing. It is not for public consumption. And we have no authority to disclose such information sa public. Kaya kung chismosa ang contact tracer ninyo na hindi kayang kontrolin, doon tayo magkakaproblema. So yung information na nakukuha ng contact tracers natin sa amin, it's either sa akin lang or sa doktor na pupunta. doon lang dumadaan. Walang naipopost sa Facebook. Meron nag-leak na information one time. Ilan yung nakasuhan? More than 12 yung nag-repost ng information through Facebook. Napan-identifying lahat yung mga tao na to, pinagkakasuhan namin. Kahit i-take down pa nila yon. Okay? So, importante yan. Yan. Legal issues and advice. So, kami, sinasama namin si Attorney Ford, pag within Baguio City lang na magle-lecture kami. Okay? Next slide. Next. Planning and preparation is the most important phase in effective interviewing. We must consider the age, gender, race, educational background, physical and mental condition. Okay? Consider the makeup of the interview team. Of course, yung sinabi ko kanina, kung may interview, yung composition nyo, kung yung isa is interviewer, yung pangalawa is coach. Siya yung taga-take down notes. And siya din yung tumitingin kung, sir, may nakalimutan tayong itanong. After which, magbigay siya ng simple piece of paper. Sir, tanong natin yan. Tanong ako. Or, kung pwede kayong mag-shift, ito pa kasama ko, may tatanong din po. Pwede ka po niyang kausapin. Okay? Roles natin. Who should be present? Sumobra. Where the interview should take place. Kaya, same lang din yan kanina. Yung mga roles of people present. Saka kung saan yung venue natin. And, kung makikita nyo po, mga pulis po yan yung binibriefing ko. Mga contact tracers natin na mga pulis. Train din po yung mga yan ng cognitive interviewing technique. Actual course yun. Kasi 3 days. Training talaga nila yon. Okay? Ngayon, ginagawa lang natin oras na lang. Pero kailangan kasi natin, para at least kahit pa paano, may-impart man lang namin yung knowledge, yung pag-conduct ng interview. Next slide, please. Second phase is to engage and explain. Describes how to cope with the special problems of getting an interview going and establishing ground rules. Engage natin yung tao. I-explain natin yung mga kung bakit tayo nandun. When we say engage, ito na kasama lahat, ito yung mga problems nila, yung mga concerns nila. Paano natin i-address yun? Okay? Kung makikita nyo yung concerns. Sa second phase, we introduce ourselves. Kanina ba ginawa nyo? Meron ba nag-introduce ng sarili niya kanina? Meron? Okay, good. Para at least alam nung tao kung sino ka. Bakit ka nandito? Bakit mo ako kinakausap? Bakit mo ako ini-interview? Purpose of interview. Implications. Concerns, yung sinabi ko, roles of people present, and last is instruction. Di ba yung approach natin is we create an environment wherein magiging open yung exchange of information natin, wherein hindi natatakot yung tao. Di ba? Mag-establish tayo ng rapport sa tao, sa interviewin natin. After na magawa natin yan is, ito, instruction. Pag na-establish na natin yung rapport natin sa kanya, okay na lahat, okay po ba? Okay na siya, kalmado na siya, responsive na siya, maganda na yung response niya, pwede po ba nating i-backtrack yung activity mo? in the past few days, starting po kahapon. Di ba? Yan na yung pagbibigay natin sa kanya ng instruction. Pag sinabing, opo, that's the start. At least willing siya magbigay ng information. And ang tanong lang is, pwede mo bang ikwento yung ginawa mo kahapon? Magmula nung gumising ka hanggang sa natapos yung araw mo. Kung anong nangyari. Anong ginawa mo, saan ka pumunta. Pwede mo bang ikwento? Yun lang. Pag nagkwento naman yung tao is mas marami siyang information may share kaysa yung anong ginawa mo kahapon? Sinong kausap mo kahapon? Saan ka pumunta kahapon? Hindi natin ma-establish yung chronology of events ng isang tao. Whereas kung pinakwento mo magmula umaga hanggang hapon, ang mindsetting niya is, okay, nagising ako ng umaga. Ganito yung ginawa ko. Ito nangyari. Pagkatapos nun, follow up. Clarify natin. Mas madali nating makuha yung information ng ganyan. Hindi tayo mahirapan. Pag ma-determine natin ang effectivity natin as a contact, as an interviewer, kung yun nga, yung sinabi natin, pwede po bang ikwento, is, nakwento niya talaga yung pangyayari sa buhay niya ng isang araw. After which, okay, maraming salamat po. Yung yung ang araw. Kung anong araw kahapon? Thursday. O ano pong nangyari nung Wednesday? Alala mo pa ba kaya? Pwede mo bang ikwento ulit? Ganon. Ba? So yan yung pag-engage natin sa tao. Next slide. Kasi sa pagkuha natin accounts, ganon yung gagawin natin. Teka lang. Sorry hindi ko napansin yung oras. Past 12 na pala, baka gutom na kayo. Kasi yung lecture ko hindi talaga kayang isang oras lang eh. Pag yung extensive na lecture. So antayin lang natin yung pack lunch kasi meron daw prepared na pack lunch para sa inyo. And after which, pag dumating, mag-break muna tayo para at least kahit paano makakain muna kayo. Kasi limited din kasi oras namin. Babalik pa kami. Pagbibiyahe pa kami mamaya. Okay, so just bear with us na lang. As long as hindi pa kaya pa, okay lang. Magtaas kamay lang din pag nahilo na kayo Okay? So yan. During this phase, engage and explain, we begin to establish a relationship to the interviewee. Establish a relationship. Hindi yung mag-shota. Common ground wherein pwede tayong mag-usap na walang balakid, walang hindrance. Yung sharing of information is very casual even though yung state ng tao is medyo pa rin siya, but then manageable naman. Kaya nating i-manage yung tao. Kasi kung ayaw talaga ng tao makipag-usap, ayaw. Kapag pinilit natin, magagalit lang or it's either maaasar pa sa atin. Okay? Hindi natin ma-demand sa kanila yung information. Hindi natin kaagad ma-demand without establishing first rapport, without establishing a relationship sa interview. Engage is the first step in order to encourage conversation. Encourage conversation. And of course, we explain to help the interviewee understand the purpose of the interview. Paano natin lahat yan gagawin? Yan ang sinasabi ko ulit. Establish rapport with the interview. Ako, pag nag-i-interview ako, hinahanap ko dun sa interviewee kung ano yung common ground na meron kami. From that, doon ko siya kinakausap until such time na maging open. Until such time na responsive siya. Meron ako in-interview police, pero by the looks yung pagsagot niya is natatakot siya kasi masyadong overrank yung rank ko. Pero sabi ko, kalimutan mo yung rank ko. Huwag mong isipin yun. Hindi part to ng kwan. Okay? Kausapin mo ako, kuya. Ginanon ko siya. Oh, walang problema to. Hindi ka naman kakasuhan. Wala ka namang ano. Sabi ko, dito ako para kausapin ka bilang kuya mo. Kasi tayo din magtutulungan. Meron akong kinausap. Nasa Cebu kami. Meron akong pina-interview nila sa akin kasi nag-actual interview kami. Ako nag-interview. Meron silang pina-interview. It so happen na yung apelyido na at saka yung apelyido halos parehas. Ako sumug-ang. Siya sumud-ka. Sabi ko, halos magpinsan yata tayo. Bakit po? Kasi sumig-ang ako, ikaw sumid ka. Kalapit lang. Doon ko lang siya dinaan-daan. Igurot ka din ba? Ilocano? O hindi? Bakit ganyan po yung kon? Siguro mga ninuno mo nag-migrate from the Cordillera to dito. Medyo ngingiti-ngiti, tatawa-tawa. At least, nakukuha ko yung attention niya. I'm beginning to establish my identity sa kanya. Okay? So, yun kung paano mag-establish ng rapport. Manage first impression. Kung ano yung unang pinakita mo, yun ang tatatak sa interviewin natin. Okay? Consider how we address the interviewee. Dito, how do you call your elders? Paano? May language ba kayo na form of respect for elders or any person? Meron pa ba? Wala. Sa amin, normal na yung lakay. Apo. Okay? Pero in general terms, ate, kuya, sir, ma'am, manong, manang, Ilocano. Pag ganyan yung pag-address natin sa isang tao, hanggang matapos yung interview, ganon pa rin. Okay? Huwag natin babaguhin kasi minsan may nangyari sa Cebu ulit. Sir, ma'am, good morning po. Actual interview ng isang trainee. Okay, maganda yung introduction niya. Okay na siya. In the middle of the interview, bigla niyang tinawag na boss. Oh? Ano yung tao? Medyo natahimik. Anong nalaman nito at bigla niya akong tinawag na boss? Anong meron sa akin at bigla niya akong tinawag na boss? Okay? So nagkaroon ng hesitation yung interviewee. Kaya kung paano natin sila in-address hanggang dulo, ganun din. Kasi ganyan din yung part ng establishing natin ng rapport. Establishing natin ng relationship. And kahit sino yung ini-interview natin, mapabasurero man yan, mapakargador ng kahit magsasaka, hindi naman masamang tawagin nating sir, kuya, ma'am. Hindi kriminal yung ini-interview natin. Okay? We have to yung emotions ng tao. Ma-address natin yun. Form of respect. Lahat na nandun. Kahit yung trabahador nyo lang dyan na pag sinabi mong, sir, okay, kuya, kumusta ka po? Pwede ba kitang makausap? Okay? Unang-una yan, sir, kumusta po kayo? That is already establishing our rapport. Kasi kinukumusta natin. Hindi naman natin kaano-ano. Ano na po kalagayan mo? Kaya mo pa ba? Nakakaramdam ka pa ba ng sipon? Okay ba yung paghinga mo? We are showing our concern. That is establishing rapport. Okay? Develop your active listening. Active listening, hindi siya yung kung ano yung sinabi ng interviewee natin, nasulat natin lahat, bla 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 bla. Lahat. Pati yung buntong hininga niya. Ay, pag gumanon siya, nasulat din natin, ay. Hindi yan active listening. Active listening is understanding the person you are talking with. Minsan, meron silang gustong sabihin na hindi kayang bigkasin. We have to understand. Tingnan natin yung kausap natin. Kaya ako, I prefer face-to-face interview. Mas madali kong makausap yung tao. Kasi pag matigas yan, pag sa phone, patayin ka na lang yan ng phone, wala na. Pag hindi ka sinagot, wala na. Pero pag face-to-face, as long as nandun ka, and trying to establish yourself, trying to communicate with the person, may chance ka pa rin. Okay? Kaya kailangan natin yun. Maintindihan natin sila kung ano yung sinasabi nila. There are verbal and non-verbal communication. Okay? And explain the reason for the interview. Sa picture na yan, yan yung sinasabi kong preso na hindi kayang kausapin sa phone. Yung in-interview nila doon sa kulungan, wala silang nakuhang information, maliban kung sino lang yung kasama niya sa selda, kung sinong nakaaway niya. All the rest wala na. Hinahabol natin in 24 hours. The following day, nung nandun na siya sa IDB, ako na ang pumasok sa IDB. And hindi basta-basta po pumasok sa mga isolation facility. Pag susuotin ka ng ganyan, no, kay malamig na sa Baguio, pero ang init-init pa rin ng pakiramdam. How much more dito na humid? Diba? Magsuot ka ng full PPE, tingnan natin kung wala pa, kung abot ka ng 30 minutes hindi ka pagpapawisan. So mahirap. Trabaho na ang contact tracing. Kaya we have every engagement, is we have to make the most of it. As much as possible, makuha natin yung mga, almost pa natin, 70% ng information na kailangan natin. Okay? Next slide. Next. Next slide lang. Para tapusin ko lang hanggang dito sa engage and explain. Yun na pala yun. So, lunch break muna tayo para makakain kayo. Then, 1 o'clock, tuloy natin at 1 o'clock. Okay po? Okay. Thank you very much po.
Philippines fighting COVID-19, contact tracing in communities. COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new strain of coronavirus called SARS-CoV-2. It is spread primarily by direct contact between people through droplets produced by coughing, sneezing, or talking. These droplets containing the virus can also land on objects and surfaces around the person, such as tables, doorknobs, handrails, and cell phones. People can become infected by touching these objects or surfaces, then touching their eyes, nose, or mouth. COVID-19 is affecting millions of people all over the world, with more than hundreds and thousands of deaths. These figures are expected to increase unless effective public health measures are implemented. This instructional video presents the contact tracing process in COVID-19. What is contact tracing? What are the goals of contact tracing? Who are the key players in contact tracing? And what are the major steps and specific activities in contact tracing? One of the most important public health interventions to prevent the spread of COVID-19 is contact tracing. Contact tracing is the process of identifying persons who may have close contact with a person with COVID-19 and subsequent collection of further information about these close contacts. By detecting cases and identifying their close contacts, reporting them, isolating them, and treating those who have symptoms, public health aims to reduce transmission of infection in the population. The goals of contact tracing are to interrupt ongoing transmission and reduce spread of an infection, establish epidemiological link or track the sources of infection and contain further spread, alert contacts to the possibility of infection and ensure timely referral for management and care, provide diagnosis, health education, and psychosocial support and treatment to those who have COVID-19. Help prevent reinfection in a person previously treated of COVID-19. Learn about the epidemiology of COVID-19. The key player in contact tracing is the city or municipal health office and its city or municipal epidemiology and surveillance unit. Through the city or municipal health office, the local government unit will have a local epidemiology and surveillance unit, or LESU. The function of the LESU is to oversee and supervise the contact tracing and monitoring activities within their jurisdiction. The local government unit will also lead the case investigation and contact tracing and monitoring. The contact tracing and monitoring team is led by the city or municipal health officer with the city or municipal PNP chief as co-lead. The members of the team are city or municipal or rural health physicians, nurses or midwives, Barangay Health Emergency Response Team, Philippine National Police, and Bureau of Fire Protection as appointed by the DILG, and recruited volunteers. The contact tracing and monitoring team has the following functions. In terms of contact tracing, the team is responsible for conducting contact tracing by profiling and assessing close contacts, collecting laboratory samples as needed, conducting immediate transport of close contacts for health facility isolation, providing health education to close contacts and giving them instructions about what they need to do, and submitting accomplished forms to city or municipal health officer and the city or municipal epidemiology and surveillance unit. In terms of contact monitoring, the team is responsible for conducting daily monitoring of close contacts for 14 days, accomplishing recording forms and submit to health officer at the end of each day, facilitating transport for immediate referral of contacts who are symptomatic for appropriate assessment and management, providing health education and giving instructions about what close contacts need to do, referral to appropriate offices, non-health concerns or issues of close contacts, and submitting accomplished forms to local health office. Contact tracing involves 3 major steps. Identify cases, identify close contacts and venues and settings, and take immediate action. Identify cases. In case identification, Persons with signs and symptoms of the disease are classified as suspect, probable, or confirmed cases depending on availability of test results. These persons are immediately isolated and treated. Contact tracing should start as soon as a person with COVID-19 or a person who may have COVID-19 is identified. Identify close contacts and venues and settings. All persons considered to have close contact with the individual with COVID-19 or those who may have COVID-19 should be listed and profiled. A close contact is an individual who was exposed to a person with COVID-19 from 2 days before the onset of symptoms until the patient has had a negative result in a repeat test. The World Health Organization also recommended to include as close contacts those A. Individuals who had direct contact with a person with COVID-19 for at least a 15-minute conversation within 1 meter from the patient, or B. who shared an enclosed space for a minimum of 2 hours with the patient. In contact tracing, we ask the person with COVID-19 or someone who may have COVID-19 about his or her activities and social gatherings attended, the settings and places visited, and those who have been in close contact with him or her from 2 days before the onset of symptoms until the patient had a negative result in a repeat test. The contact tracing and monitoring team will need to identify all the close contacts of the person with COVID-19. These close contacts are typically family members, close colleagues, office mates, health workers, or travel companions. The close contacts will be reported to the respective city or municipal health office. There may be instances when a close contact cannot be individually identifiable, or if there are specific events and venues where a case visited. In such instances, broad communication like media advisories can be released to facilitate contact identification and listing. As soon as close contacts are identified, the contact tracing and monitoring team will need to get in touch with them. These contacts will be interviewed to complete the close contact profile form. The close contact profile form asks about the contact's demographic profile, including name, age, sex, date of birth, home address, and contact details. It also asks about the contact's health profile, which includes known medical conditions, current medications, and blood type. The nature of exposure of the contact will also be asked. This includes travel information, accommodation, food establishments visited, stores visited, health facilities visited, events attended, and workplace. Symptoms, if there are any, will also be asked. This includes presence of fever or respiratory infections or diarrhea in the 14 days prior to first date of exposure or any time during or after date of exposure. If a health worker is identified as a close contact, the health worker exposure risk assessment tool will be used in addition to the close contact profile form. As soon as all contacts are interviewed, their details will be summarized using the contact line list form. Take immediate action. We immediately isolate suspect, probable, and confirmed cases in designated isolation centers for 14 days or until they turn out negative on repeat test. We monitor their condition and provide care as needed. We quarantine all close contacts without symptoms, ideally in community quarantine centers. We monitor their health condition and provide management and care as needed. All close contacts without symptoms will be monitored daily for 14 days for signs and symptoms of the disease. To document symptoms of close contacts, the contact tracing team will need to use the contact tracing signs and symptoms log form. Close contacts without symptoms can be referred to temporary treatment and monitoring facilities, or TTMF, or megaligtas, COVID centers which are being established by converting facilities such as Philippine International Convention Center, or PICC, World Trade Center, Rizal Memorial Sports Complex, Quezon Institute, Food Terminal Incorporated, or FTI, Phil Sports Arena, Ultra, Philinvest Tent, Duty Free Philippines, Amoranto Stadium. There may be instances when a close contact cannot be individually identifiable, or if there are specific events and venues where a case visited. We advise the public to avoid these places, settings, and venues. We also advise those who were in the same event or place as a confirmed case to self-monitor and contact their local health authorities if signs and symptoms appear. Close contacts and people who were in the same events or venues will also be provided with information about the disease and how they could avoid transmission to others. In all the steps of contact tracing, it is important to ensure confidentiality and privacy of information gathered from patients and close contacts. Effective communication and provision of psychosocial support are vital in achieving the goals of contact tracing, while at the same time ensuring that trust and rapport are built and the needs of patients and close contacts are addressed. Contact tracing is an extensive process that requires different agencies working together to quickly identify potential cases and limit further transmission of the disease. It also requires cooperation from the public for patients to be given proper medical attention and to prevent further spread of COVID-19 in communities. Missing even just one case from close contacts will allow transmission of the disease to others, resulting to more cases and lives lost. Let's stop COVID-19 transmission now. Detect, report, isolate, treat. It is our most urgent action today. Ang COVID-19 ay isang nakakahawang sakit na dulot ng bagong coronavirus na SARS-CoV-2. Maaaring makuha ang sakit ng COVID-19 mula sa ibang tao na may virus. Ang sakit ay kumakalat sa pamamagitan ng maliliit na mga patak o droplets na tumatalsik mula sa ilong o bibig kapag ang isang taong may COVID-19 ay umubo, bumahing o nagsalita. Ang mga droplets na naglalaman ng virus ay maaari ring dumapo sa mga bagay at ibabaw ng mga gamit tulad ng mesa, doorknob, handrail at cellphone. Maaring mahawa ang mga tao kung hahawakan nila ang kanilang mata, ilong o bibig matapos hawakan ang mga bagay na may droplets. Ang contact tracing ay paghahanap ng lahat ng direktang nakasalamuha o close contact ng isang taong may COVID-19. Ang contact tracing ay isang epektibong pampublikong hakbangin upang mapigilan ang pagkalat ng COVID-19 sa mga komunidad. Ang mga taong direktang nakasalamuha ng isang taong may COVID-19 ay maaaring mahawa at makahawa pa ng iba. Sa pamamagitan ng paghahanap ng close contact, pag-uulat, paghihiwalay, at pagbibigay lunas sa mga nagkaroon ng sintomas, mapapababa natin ang bilang ng impeksyon sa populasyon. May 3 pangunahing hakbang ang contact tracing. Step 1, identify cases. Inaalam ang mga taong may COVID-19 o maaaring may COVID-19. Sila ay ihihiwalay, susuriin at bibigyan ng karampatang lunas. Step 2, identify close contacts and venues and settings. Kinakailangan alamin at ilista ang mga nagkaroon ng close contact sa isang taong may COVID-19. Ang mga close contact ay maaaring mga kapamilya, kaibigan, kapitbahay o kasama sa trabaho. Dapat matanong ang taong may COVID-19 tungkol sa kanyang mga naging gawain at mga taong nakasalamuha at mga lugar na nabisita 2 araw bago nagsimula ang kanyang mga sintomas hanggang sa loob ng 14 na araw o hanggang sa maging negatibo ang resulta niya sa repeat test. Step 3. Take immediate action. Agad nating i-isolate ang mga taong may COVID-19 o maaaring may COVID-19 sa mga itinalagang isolation centers sa loob ng 14 na araw o hanggang maging negatibo ang kanilang resulta sa repeat test. Susubaybayan ang kanilang kondisyon at bibigyan sila ng kaukulang pangangalaga. Ang mga close contacts naman na hindi nagpapakita ng sintomas ay isa sa ilalim sa quarantine sa mga itinalagang quarantine center sa komunidad. Susubaybayan rin ang kanilang kondisyon at kung kinakailangan ay bibigyan ng karampatang lunas. Ang mga close contacts na walang sintomas ay susubaybayan araw-araw sa loob ng 14 na araw para malaman kung magpapakita sila ng sintomas ng COVID-19. I-anunsyo ang mga lugar at pagdiriwang kung saan dumalo ang taong may COVID-19 o maaring may COVID-19. Ipagbigay alam sa publiko na iwasan muna ang pagpunta sa mga lugar na ito. Bigyan rin ng payo ang mga taong pumunta sa mga lugar na ito o dumalo sa mga pagdiriwang na ito na subaybayan ang sarili at makipag-ugnayan sa kanilang local health office kung sila ay magkaroon ng mga sintomas ng COVID-19. Ang mga close contacts at mga taong dumalo sa mga pagdiriwang o lugar ay dapat ding mabigyan ng mga impormasyon tungkol sa sakit at kung paano maiiwasan na makahawa sa iba. Layunin ng contact tracing na mabilis na matukoy ang mga may sakit at close contact, maitala, maibukod, at magamot upang mapigilan ang pagkalat ng COVID-19. Ang hindi pagtukoy ng kahit isang close contact ay maaaring magresulta sa pagkalat ng sakit at patuloy na pagtaas ng bilang ng mga taong nagkakasakit at namamatay. Ang contact tracing ay isang mahalagang hakbang para sa malawakan at mabisang pagtigil ng pagkalat ng COVID-19. Pigilan natin ngayon ang pagkalat ng sakit na COVID-19. Detect, report, isolate, treat. Sama-sama nating sugpuin ang sakit na ito. Philippines fighting COVID-19, contact tracing in communities. COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new strain of coronavirus called SARS-CoV-2. It is spread primarily by direct contact between people through droplets produced by coughing, sneezing, or talking. These droplets containing the virus can also land on objects and surfaces around the person, such as tables, doorknobs, handrails, and cell phones. People can become infected by touching these objects or surfaces, then touching their eyes, nose, or mouth. COVID-19 is affecting millions of people all over the world, with more than hundreds and thousands of deaths. These figures are expected to increase unless effective public health measures are implemented. This instructional video presents the contact tracing process in COVID-19. What is contact tracing? What are the goals of contact tracing? Who are the key players in contact tracing? And what are the major steps and specific activities in contact tracing? One of the most important public health interventions to prevent the spread of COVID-19 is contact tracing. Contact tracing is the process of identifying persons who may have close contact with a person with COVID-19 and subsequent collection of further information about these close contacts. By detecting cases and identifying their close contacts, reporting them, isolating them, and treating those who have symptoms, public health aims to reduce transmission of infection in the population. The goals of contact tracing are to interrupt ongoing transmission and reduce spread of an infection, establish epidemiological link or track the sources of infection and contain further spread, alert contacts to the possibility of infection and ensure timely referral for management and care, provide diagnosis, health education, and psychosocial support and treatment to those who have COVID-19. Help prevent reinfection in a person previously treated of COVID-19. Learn about the epidemiology of COVID-19. The key player in contact tracing is the city or municipal health office and its city or municipal epidemiology and surveillance unit. Through the city or municipal health office, the local government unit will have a local epidemiology and surveillance unit, or LESU. The function of the LESU is to oversee and supervise the contact tracing and monitoring activities within their jurisdiction. The local government unit will also lead the case investigation and contact tracing and monitoring. The contact tracing and monitoring team is led by the city or municipal health officer with the city or municipal PNP chief as co-lead. The members of the team are city or municipal or rural health physicians, nurses or midwives, barangay health emergency response team, Philippine National Police, and Bureau of Fire Protection as appointed by the DILG, and recruited volunteers. The contact tracing and monitoring team has the following functions. In terms of contact tracing, the team is responsible for conducting contact tracing by profiling and assessing close contacts, collecting laboratory samples as needed, conducting immediate transport of close contacts for health facility isolation, providing health education to close contacts and giving them instructions about what they need to do, and submitting accomplished forms to city or municipal health officer and the city or municipal epidemiology and surveillance unit. In terms of contact monitoring, the team is responsible for conducting daily monitoring of close contacts for 14 days, accomplishing recording forms and submit to health officer at the end of each day, facilitating transport for immediate referral of contacts who are symptomatic for appropriate assessment and management, providing health education and giving instructions about what close contacts need to do, referral to appropriate offices, non-health concerns, close contacts, and submitting accomplished forms to local health office. Contact tracing involves 3 major steps. Identify cases, identify close contacts and venues and settings, and take immediate action. Identify cases. In case identification, persons with signs and symptoms of the disease are classified as suspect, probable, or confirmed cases depending on availability of test results. These persons are immediately isolated and treated. Contact tracing should start as soon as a person with COVID-19 or a person who may have COVID-19 is identified. Identify close contacts and venues and settings. All persons considered to have close contact with the individual with COVID-19 or those who may have COVID-19 should be listed and profiled. A close contact is an individual who was exposed to a person with COVID-19 from 2 days before the onset of symptoms until the patient has had a negative result in a repeat test. The World Health Organization also recommended to include as close contacts those A. Individuals who had direct contact with a person with COVID-19 for at least a 15-minute conversation within 1 meter from the patient, or B. who shared an enclosed space for a minimum of 2 hours with the patient. In contact tracing, we ask the person with COVID-19 or someone who may have COVID-19 about his or her activities and social gatherings attended, the settings and places visited, and those who have been in close contact with him or her from 2 days before the onset of symptoms until the patient had a negative result in a repeat test. The contact tracing and monitoring team will need to identify all the close contacts of the person with COVID-19. These close contacts are typically family members, close colleagues, office mates, health workers, or travel companions. The close contacts will be reported to the respective city or municipal health office. There may be instances when a close contact cannot be individually identifiable, or if there are specific events and venues where a case visited. In such instances, broad communication like media advisories can be released to facilitate contact identification and listing. As soon as close contacts are identified, the contact tracing and monitoring team will need to get in touch with them. These contacts will be interviewed to complete the close contact profile form. The close contact profile form asks about the contact's demographic profile, including name, age, sex, date of birth, home address, and contact details. It also asks about the contact's health profile, which includes known medical conditions, current medications, and blood type. The nature of exposure of the contact will also be asked. This includes travel information, accommodation, food establishments visited, stores visited, health facilities visited, events attended, and workplace. Symptoms, if there are any, will also be asked. This includes presence of fever or respiratory infections or diarrhea in the 14 days prior to first date of exposure or any time during or after date of exposure. If a health worker is identified as a close contact, the Health Worker Exposure Risk Assessment tool will be used in addition to the Close Contact Profile form. As soon as all contacts are interviewed, their details will be summarized using the contact line list form. Take immediate action. We immediately isolate suspect, probable, and confirmed cases in designated isolation centers for 14 days or until they turn out negative on repeat test. We monitor their condition and provide care as needed. We quarantine all close contacts without symptoms, ideally in community quarantine centers. We monitor their health condition and provide management and care as needed. All close contacts without symptoms will be monitored daily for 14 days for signs and symptoms of the disease. To document symptoms of close contacts, the contact tracing team will need to use the contact tracing signs and symptoms log form. Close contacts without symptoms can be referred to temporary treatment and monitoring facilities, or TTMF, or megaligtas, COVID centers which are being established by converting facilities such as Philippine International Convention Center, or PICC, World Trade Center, Rizal Memorial Sports Complex, Quezon Institute, Food Terminal Incorporated, or FTI, Full Sports Arena, Ultra, Philinvest Tent, Duty Free Philippines, Amoranto Stadium. There may be instances when a close contact cannot be individually identifiable, or if there are specific events and venues where a case visited. We advise the public to avoid these places, settings, and venues. We also advise those who were in the same event or place as a confirmed case to self-monitor and contact their local health authorities if signs and symptoms appear. Close contacts and people who are in the same events or venues will also be provided with information about the disease and how they could avoid transmission to others. In all the steps of contact tracing, it is important to ensure confidentiality and privacy of information gathered from patients and close contacts. Effective communication and provision of psychosocial support are vital in achieving the goals of contact tracing, while at the same time ensuring that trust and rapport are built and the needs of patients and close contacts are addressed. Contact tracing is an extensive process that requires different agencies working together to quickly identify potential cases and limit further transmission of the disease. It also requires cooperation from the public for patients to be given proper medical attention and to prevent further spread of COVID-19 in communities. Missing even just one case from close contacts will allow transmission of the disease to others, resulting to more cases and lives lost. Let's stop COVID-19 transmission now. Detect, report, isolate, treat. It is our most urgent action today.
Malasakit sa kapwa. Yan ang nagtutulak sa National Task Force Against COVID-19 upang paigtingin pa ang ating malasakit sa kapwa. Yan ang nagtutulak sa National Task Force Against COVID-19 upang paigtingin pa ang ating laban sa pandemya. Kung gusto natin mas mabilis maibalik sa normal ang ating pamumuhay, dapat ang buong pamahalaan at ang buong sambayanan nagtutulungan. Para mas mapahusay pa ang pagtutulungan sa panig ng gobyerno, dapat tutukan natin ang laban ng mga lokal na pamahalaan. Kaya inilunsad ng IATF National Task Force Against COVID-19 sa pakikipagtulungan ng Department of Health at DILG Local Government Academy ang Operation Listo, Protocols for the Management of Emerging Infectious Diseases na magsisilbing pangunahing gabay o quick reference manual ng local chief executives at local COVID-19 task force. Katulad dito ng Operation Listo, kasanayan na ng ating LGUs kung saan madaling natutukoy ang mga specific na hakbang para malabanan ang paglaganap ng sakit. Ang Listo Protocol ay hango sa Hammer and Dance approach na community-based COVID-19 health event management kung saan binibigyang diin ang malaking papel ng LGUs sa localized implementation ng kampanya ng gobyerno kontra COVID-19. Nakaangkla ito sa Prevent, Detect, Isolate, Treat, Reintegrate o PDITR strategy at Zoning Containment Strategy ng National Action Plan Against COVID-19 Phase 2. Ang focus nito, prevention at containment ng sakit. Ang target, maslatin ang curve sa lalong madaling panahon nang hindi kinakailangan ng malawakang lockdown. Zoning Containment Strategy ang ating epidemiological na solusyon na gagabay sa LGUs sa tamang uri at parameters ng lockdown na ipatutupad sa hotspot zones upang malimitahan ang pagkalat ng sakit. Sa bawat zone, may kaakibat itong PDITR strategy at kaukulang minimum targets. Smart, kasi targeted ang approach. Depende sa sitwasyon, may angkop na solusyon at step-by-step na aksyon. Kayang-kaya itong sundan ng kahit anong munisipyo o lungsod. Mas matututukan na ang public health, mapuprotektahan pa ang ekonomiya at kabuhayan ng ating mga kababayan. Dapat standard o uniform ang paggamit ng Listo Protocol, aktwal na operasyon at baseline actions para siguradong swak sa mga programa ng national government. Hindi kanya-kanya ang galawan. Mas mabilis at mas angkop ang ating pagtugon at daloy ng impormasyon. Paano ba ginagamit ang bagong Listo Protocol? Gaya ng naunang Operation Listo para sa mga bagyo, straightforward ang paggamit nito. Ito'y nahahati sa Introduction, 3 chapters at annexes. Sa Introduction, ipinapaliwanag ang rationale, structure ng manual at mechanics ng paggamit nito. Nililinaw dito na ang lahat ng nakapaloob sa manual ay minimum standards na maaaring higitan ng LGUs at i-customize batay sa pangangailangan ng kanilang nasasakupan. Sa unang chapter, nakalatag ang mga pangunahing hakbang na ipatutupad ng LGU at ng local COVID-19 task force nito. Dito masasagot ang tanong na, ano ba ang procedure sa pag-lockdown? Siksik ito sa detalye mula sa pag-organize ng teams, pag-assess ng level ng hawaan, pagtukoy ng mga lugar at lawak ng lockdown, bahay o building lupa, kalye, buong barangay, pagbababa ng desisyon na pinagtibay ng RIATF, pagpapatupad ng perimeter control hanggang sa pag-lift ng lockdown. Bawat letra makikita tulad nito May checklist ng mga desisyon at substeps sa kaukulang reference box. Kapag nagpatupad na ng lockdown, ano-anong specific activities ang dapat gawin sa bawat zone? Ito naman ang masasagot sa Chapter 2. Dito ipinapaliwanag ang Zoning Containment Strategy. Ang areang naka-lockdown ay ang critical zone. Ang mga lugar sa paligid nito ang containment zone, buffer zone, at outside buffer zone. Bawat zone may iba-ibang community quarantine protocols. ECQ para sa critical zone, MECQ naman sa containment zone. Habang nagbabago ang sitwasyon, maaaring i-adjust ng LGU ang sakop ng zones batay sa kanilang masusing assessment. Walang conflict sa mga lockdown na ipinapatupad ng IATF dahil mag-a-adjust ang interventions ng zoning containment. Walang mas bababa kaysa itinakdang community quarantine sa lugar. Sa bawat zone, mayroong PDITR strategy na kailangang gawin. Makikita ito sa flowchart of actions for zones. Sa ilalim ng Prevent Strategy, mayroong dalawang major components, ang Health Promotion and Communications at DRRM System for Health. Dapat consistent ang pagpapaalala ng mga dapat gawin at iwasan ng mga mamamayan, kasama na ang pagprotekta sa mga vulnerable o delikadong mahawa. Sa Detect Strategy, nakapaloob ang active disease surveillance, contact tracing at expanded testing. Sa bawat isang positive case, dapat may 37 close contacts na agad na matrace at matest sa loob ng 24 oras. Sa ratio na ito, matatansya kung ilang testing kits ng LGU ang dapat nakahanda. Lahat ng magtetest na positive for COVID-19, close contacts, suspect at probable cases, dapat ma-isolate sa loob ng 3 hanggang 24 oras. Dito pumapasok ang Isolate Strategy, kung saan kabilang ang Oplan Kalinga, magtatayo ng temporary treatment and monitoring facilities, isolation units, mandatory provision ng PPEs para sa health workers at service ambulance. Sa Treat Strategy, number 1 ang pagkakaroon ng One Hospital Command Referral System para sa mga nangangailangan ng atensyong medikal. Pananagutan din ng LGU ang pag-organize at pag-coordinate ng Service Delivery Network mula sa medical equipment at supplies hanggang sa pagbuo ng sistema ng pag-asikaso sa mga namatay maging ang waste management. Panghuli, sa Reintegrate Strategy, nakatakda ang pagbuo ng mekanismo para sa social assistance
Nung system application, wala na? Okay. Wala. Wala silang IT. Good afternoon, sir. Sinabi mo bang kasama yung mga IT?
Oo.
Andun na sila?
Hindi, sinabi ko dito.
Wala ang IT.
Pero nagtawag yung mga mayor na nila.
Wala dito.
Okay,
sige. So since wala naman tayong kasamang IT dito kasi separate natin sila para Doon sila sa kabila. Ma-installan ang system, then at the same time, yung actual manipulation ng system. Okay, so let us continue. Naka-live na po ba yung kasama natin dyan? Paki-message po kung may naka-online na yung mga ibang kasama natin. Okay, loud and clear na. Okay. Sige, so we will now continue with the lecture. Balik tayo dun sa peace model. Ano ulit yung P? P, planning and preparation. Yung E, engage and explain. Now, nandito na tayo sa third phase, which is the account. Kaya anong sinasabi ko kanina, pag kumukuha na tayo ng mga information, nang nakikipag-usap tayo, yung sa active, part of active listening is the use of silence, nonverbal communication. For example,
Malabo po yung dating sa amin ng para pag
paano malabo? Hindi niyo ba naiintindihan lahat? Okay lang magtanggal ako face mask. Okay, sige. O sa boses lang talaga. Okay? So, use of silence. Paano tayo nagkuhan? Kung makikipag-usap tayo doon sa tao, lulugo-lugo, nahihirapan, hindi siya makarelate, masyadong mababa yung moral niya, demoralize siya with the news na positive siya ng COVID. Minsan it helps. Tinitingnan ko lang siya. Ino-observe ko lang siya. Pero nagre-react. Okay? Yun kasi lalo na pag akala ko medyo kwansa kanina, yun pala may pinaano siya doon. Yung lecture pala nasa laptop, ay sa cellphone niya. So siya yung nilapitan ko. Pero mostly yung mga yung wala sa wala sa isip. I mean, wala sila sa present, anong tawag nito? Masyadong malayo yung iniisip nila. Pag kinausap natin kagad, hindi yan sasagot. The tendency is, hindi tayo papansinin. Pero kung pumunta tayo doon, tiningnan lang natin, umupo lang tayo doon, tapos observe. Pag nag-react yung tao, it means nakuha natin yung attention niya. Okay? Pag nakuha natin yung attention niya, sige lang, kumusta po kayo? Okay lang po ba kayo? Ganon. Kasi iba ang dating pag yung mababang moral ng tao. Dati, kaya mo yan. Di ba? Pero bawal nga ang bawal nga yung mga hawak-hawak. Hindi natin magawa yon. Titingnan lang natin. Ipinaparamdam lang natin yung presence natin doon sa interviewee. Okay? Paparamdam natin. Nandun tayo, ino-observe natin. Just like parang sinasabi na, huwag kang mag-alala. Nandito kami para tutulong sa'yo. Kung kailangan mo ng kausap, nandito kami para kausapin ka. Okay? Yung thinking na ma-isolate ka for how many days, yung thinking na hindi mo alam yung nangyayari sa iyo kasi asymptomatic ka, wala ka namang symptoms, wala kang nararamdaman. Pero, ang sabi ng result, ang sabi ng laboratory is positive ka. Okay? Di ba ang hirap i-absorb yon? Ang hirap tanggapin. Ang lakas-lakas ko naman. So yung isip natin, yung reaction natin is parang kukontrahin natin. Okay? Non-verbal communication. Hindi mo kailangang magsalita to communicate with the person. Eye-to-eye contact. Okay? No interruptions. Once you started talking with the person and nag-respond siya, let him speak. Pabayaan nyo siyang magsalita. The more na nagsasalita yung tao, the more na ilalabas niya yung anxiety niya. Okay? Kaya i-kuan natin yung active listening natin. Kapakita natin yung concern natin sa kanila. Huwag nating interrupt kaagad kasi gusto nating tanungin to kanito. The more information na binibigay niya, magkakaroon tayo ng additional inquiry. However, huwag nating interrupt. Pabayaan natin silang paghuminto or nagpahinga sa pagsasalita, saka tayo magtanong ulit. Sabi mo kanina, kasama mo si Kwan. Paano kayo nag-usap? Harapan ba? Mga ganon. Okay? Hindi yung nagkwento siya, nagsasalita siya, tanong ka naman na kagad ng tanong. Mapuputol yung momentum. Mapuputol yung momentum niya. Yung focus niya ng recollection ng activities is mapuputol. Okay? So, pabayaan lang natin. Use of appropriate questions and develop questions from answers. Sa backtracking natin, mag-rely tayo doon sa information na sasabihin. Doon manggagaling yung mga questions din natin. Kasi nga, ine-expound natin yung mga information. Gusto natin lahat makuha yung lahat ng pangyayari. Meron tayong makukuhang information not relative to COVID or contact tracing. However, that's part of the interview. Doon natin makikita, matcha-challenge yung information kung totoo yung sinasabi sa atin ng interviewee. Yan. Kaya nung sinabi ko kanina, we open the interview after establishing rapport by using TED's questions. Ito the same yung pagbigay ng instruction na magbabacktrack po tayo ng activities mo. Okay lang po ba? Starting kahapon. Yun yung pinaka-instruction natin. And pag okay siya, gamitin natin yung TED's questions. Ano ba yan? Tell me. Explain to me. Describe to me. Show me or sketch to me. What do we mean when we say tell me? Yan sinabi ko. Pwede mo bang ikwento? Pwede mo bang isalaysay kung anong ginawa mo kahapon? Pabayaan natin siya ang magsalita. After which, pa-follow up natin with clarificatory questions. Ito na yung sumusunod na 5 W's and 1 H. Hindi ka agad straight yung pagtanong na, sinong kasama mo? Saan ka pumunta? Generally na ano natin yung mga ganon. Pero after makuha natin yung household contacts, workplace contacts, now we go to specifics. Kagaya nung sinasabi ko kanina na ba, yung gap natin na hindi natin na-monitor, doon natin matatanong. Okay? Pag nag-start tayo, di ba, yung sa tell me, ito yung mga susunod na questions natin after na kailangan nating i-clarify. Gagamitin natin itong mga closed questions, which is 5 W's and 1 H. By using these questions, we will be getting specific answers, fine-grained details of every information na kailangan nating i-expand. Kailangan nating i-probe. Okay? Sabi nga natin, yung peace model, ito yung free recall model. Paano? Kung makikita nyo, pag sabi nating tell me, pwede mo bang ikwento? Pwede mo bang sabihin? That is free recall. Kusang iniisip ng interviewee yung gusto nating malaman sa kanya. From the interviewee, sila ang magbibigay ng information. Hindi natin kino-coach kasi it is from their own recollection of activities. Sila ang maglalabas. Tutulungan lang natin sila na i-recall. Okay. Sa free recall model, meron tayong ginagawa, meron tayong mga questions wherein na-generate sa utak ng isang tao yung mga events na gusto natin. Kasi hindi nga lahat yan 100% mag-ano sa utak natin. Maiproproject ka agad natin. Sabi ko nga, yung mga in-between, yung mga gaps, nakakalimutan. Nakafocus lang sila dun sa mga very vivid sa utak nila na pangyayari. Okay? Pag nagbabacktrack tayo, madali lang yung first 7 days of backtracking. Pero the 8th day, medyo mahirapan na tayo. 8th day onwards, mahirapan tayo. Bakit? Nagiging nauulit na kasi yung araw. For example, Thursday kahapon. Okay, pwede mo bang ikwento kung anong nangyari kahapon? Okay, madali lang yan. Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. Pagbalik ng Friday, kaya pa, 7th day. On the 8th day, Thursday, last week, the tendency is, yung activity niya nung Thursday at saka yung kahapon, baka pwedeng magpalit. Okay? Kasi parehas araw. Lalong-lalo na kung routinary yung activity ng tao. Yung office work, office work, office work. Palagi na lang ganon. Hindi natin alam. Yung office work ba yan? At any one time, hindi ba yan pumunta sa labas, nagyosi, may dinaanan sa iba, nag-grocery, mga ganon. Now comes Thursday the same week. For 1 week difference. Mangyayari dyan is parang iisang araw lang. So medyo mahirapan tayo doon. Kailangan talaga natin ng i-challenge yung information. So hindi lang basta-basta. Ganon din yung activity ko last week. Ganon din yung activity ko last week. Wala na, patay na tayo doon. Pwede, okay, sige. Last week kasi medyo ganito. Maghanap tayo ng something na pwede nating itulong dun sa interviewin natin na i-recall niya yung specific na araw. Cellphone, malaking tulong ang cellphone. Okay? Isipin mo, yung activity, kung may Facebook siya, check niya sa Facebook, ano ba yung ginawa niya before? Call logs, conversation sa cellphone. Check mo, ganitong araw, nasaan ka? Hindi ko maalala. Okay, tingnan mo yung conversation mo sa ganitong araw. Oh, si ganito yung ka-text mo. Ganyan yung conversation nyo. Isipin mo nasaan ka. Di ba? Nagbibigay tayo ng guide sa kanya. Tinutulungan natin siya para at least kahit paano pilitin niya i-recall. Kasi kung huminto tayo dun sa hindi ko maalala eh. Pag huminto tayo dun, wala na. Cut off na yung activity. Okay? Free recall model. Interviewing is all about facilitating another person's ability. Kagaya ng sinasabi ko, tayo ang nagtumutulong. Tayo ang facilitator. Utak nila yan eh. Memory nila yan. Activity nila yon. Ang ginagawa lang natin is tinutulungan natin para ma-recall niya. Kasi ang memory natin, maraming factor na nakaka-affect. Unang-una dyan, yung sa atin ngayon sa condition, yung kausap natin is positive. Di ba? Emotionally disturbed na yan. Mentally disturbed na yan. Socially disturbed na yan. Dahil sa condition niya, health condition, positive siya. Yung anxiety niya. Maraming iniisip. Yan yung mga unang-unang factor na nakaka-affect sa memory recall. Welfare issues, concerns, lahat yan. Minsan wala na lang, parang pakawala na, iyak na lang ng iyak, wala na tayong makukuha. Okay? So we have to identify these factors in order for us to know how to address them. Paano natin i-engage yung tao? Paano natin i-engage yung kausap natin na makapagbigay siya ng information, na makausap natin ng maayos? Ang bottom line palagi is, we have to have an atmosphere wherein very mutual, yung open. Yan yung bottom line na kailangan nating mangyari. Hindi kaagad yung pag-upo natin is sino, saan, kailan. No. As a cognitive interviewer, hindi na baling umabot ka ng 2-3 oras as long as very naman yung interview. Extensive naman ng interview mo. 2 hours, 30 minutes. Interview ko doon sa patient, sa hospital. Mind you, 3 days lang ang na-backtrack ko. Pero yung 3 days na yon, masyadong maraming nangyari. Nakuha lahat. After which, sige po, pwede ba kitang balikan ulit? Sir, okay lang po. Mas maganda yan, at least may nakakausap ako. You see, pag nung pinantahan ko, may dala akong extra phone eh. Para sabi ko, kung aalis ako, iwanan ko yung phone sa kanya. Yung malaki na ang battery umaabot ng 7 days, yung may radyo. Yung parang yung may flashlight pa. Ganon. Para at least 7 days, pwede ko pa siyang matawagan. Pero pagdating ko ng hospital, yung loko, may Android phone, sabi ko, social. Bigyan ko na lang ng pang-load. Loloadan ko na lang siya. O, di ba? At least yung communication namin, open pa. So kahit nandun siya sa loob ng hospital, nag-uusap kami through phone. Until natapos ko yung interview ko sa kanya. So ganon. Kaya kailangan natin, yung pagbigay ng information is from their own recollection. May nakita ko kanina pa, para siya eh. Yung question is suggestive eh. Parang wala kang symptoms, di ba? Huwag ganon. Ano yung naramdaman mo? May nararamdaman ka ba? Para siyang mag-isip. Ano bang naramdaman ko? Sumakit ba ulo ko? Nasusuka ba ako? Hindi ba ako makahinga? Kasi kung tinanong mo siya, sumakit ba ulo mo? Ang focus lang niya is dun sa sakit ng ulo. Yun pala, sumakit yung tiyan niya. Okay? Yun pala, hindi siya nakahinga. Pero nang dahil hindi natin tinanong, hindi na isulat. Whereas kung tinanong mo, may naramdaman ka ba nung araw na yon? At least sasabihin niya lahat. Okay? Sa free recall model, ito yung ginagawa natin. Set the scene and initiate a free report. Free report is yung pagbigay niya ng information using an open TEDS questions. Ano ulit yung TEDS questions? Ano yung T? Tell me. Ano yung E? Explain to me. Ano yung D? Describe to me. Ano yung S? Show me or sketch to me. Okay? After which, we repeat the attempt to recall the use of a sketch plan. Identify interview area by signposting. Ito yung mga kailangan nating i-expand, i-probe, i-challenge, i-clarify. These are all informations. Okay? Last, expand each topic by using open TEDS, questions and probing questions, 5 Ws and 1 H. Kaya anong sinasabi ko, huwag nating isilang interrupt, but the moment na nag-stop sila, magkwento, magsalita, that's the time na papasukan natin. Probing questions. And of course, last is we render report, finalize, summarize, after which, determine natin kung ano yung information na nakuha natin. Naintindihan po? Sa atin, sa police, di ba, pag kumukuha tayo ng affidavit, check muna natin, tama po ba? Nasa dulo, lahat po ba ito? Ano yung sinasabi natin doon? Mayroon ko ba bang nais, dagdag, bawas? Sa iyong salaysay bago mo ito sumpaan. Ganon. Okay? So yun yung free recall model. Hindi tayo ang magbibigay ng activity na sasabihin niya. Usa niyang i-recall yung mga activity na ginawa niya. Based doon sa guidance. Yung sa pag-facilitate natin. Sa pag-assist natin para ma-recall niya. Kasi hindi lahat nga yan nare-recall nila. Okay? Ito yung sinasabi ko on how we help them recall. Tingnan nyo yung mga questions. Think about where you were at the time. Diba, pag sabihin sa'yo yun, nasaan nga ba ako noon? Okay, nandito ako. Think about what you were doing. Ano bang ginagawa mo? Think about what was happening. Ano bang nangyayari sa paligid mo? Remember, importante din yan. Kasi pag nasa restaurant tayo, kayo, yung kausap nyo, nandun sila, nag-uusap-usap. Wala sa kanila ang may sakit. Pero, at the other table, merong dun umuubo. Meron itsura pa lang parang may sakit na. Pero yung direction ng hangin is towards sa group ninyo. Kaya isipin mo kung ano yung nasa paligid, anong nangyayari sa paligid. Only to find out, yun kasi yung sa katabi namin, ubo ng ubo .
That's the time na iproprobe natin yon. Saan ba yon yung lugar? Malay mo, baka may narinig pa silang pangalan. Narinig ko yung kasama niya, tinawag siyang Fred. At least meron tayong identity. Focus on everything you can see. Concentrate on who you were with, of course, kung sinong kasama, kung ano yung naririnig, kung ano yung sinabi, at saka kung ano yung nararamdaman mo during the time. Lahat yan. It helps us remember. Tinutulungan yung utak natin, i-recall. Yan yung nag-generate sa memory natin. Okay? Naintindihan? Naawatan. Now, example. I was at the skate park with some mates. Totoy Bato came over and picked a fight with me, then he punched me. I fell over, then my mates picked me up, and we left. I got a broken nose. So ano yung mga information na kulang? Sino si Totoy Bato? Saan yung skate park? Anong pangalan? Sino itong mga mates? May sinabi lang siyang mates, pero sino sila? Saan siya nalaglag? Ano yung circumstances ng pagkalaglag niya? Kailangan natin i-expand lahat ang mga yan. So yan yung mga isa-signpost natin. Yan yung i-expand natin. So, ayan. Yan yung signposting. Ano yung mga ideas, ano yung mga information na kailangan pa nating i-expand, i-probe. Para makuha natin yung mga specific details. Sabi mo nandun ka sa skate park, pwede mo bang sabihin kung saan at anong meron sa skate park? Clarification question. Anong sagot? Nandun ako ang skate park ay nasa Welcome Rotonda ng SBMA, malapit sa tulay ng Arlington. Alam mo yun, sir? Sinagot ba niya yung tanong directly? Hindi, di ba? Hindi rin niya alam yung pangalan ng skate park, but then, dinescribe niya. So at least alam na natin kung saan. Meron na tayong reference point kung saan natin hanapin yung skate park na yan. Tuloy ulit natin, i-expand natin. Interesado ako kung anong nangyari doon sa skate park. May mangyari bang ikwento mo? The same, balik tayo doon sa text, tell me ulit. Nang buo kung ano man ang pangyayari doon at huwag kang maglihim o itago ang ibang detalye. Di ba? Nakikita nyo yan, yung ulit instruction na parang sinasabi natin sa kanya na huwag maglihim. That's part ng psychological. Kung nakuha na natin na-establish na natin yung report, nakuha natin yung loob ng interviewin natin, hindi niya mamamalaya na ini-instructan natin siya in a form of a question. Not necessarily direct, but in a form of a question. Okay? So, ganon yung free recall model and using yung TEDS questions at saka yung use of closed questions in the conduct of follow-up, clarification, and challenge. So, ganyan yung paano mag-probe ng mga information. Closure. Bago natin i-close yung interview, meron tayong mga i-consider yan. Kasi hindi basta-basta. We have to make sure that the rapport we establish with the patient or the interviewee is hindi na tatapos doon lang sa one-time interview. It will go on and on. Na kahit tapos na kayong mag-interview, tapos na yung contact tracing sa kanya, sige pa rin. Tuloy pa rin communication nyo. Invite comments, pero not necessarily na mag-invite tayo ng comment. Pero kung may sinabi yung interviewee natin, nag-comment siya towards us, is we have to accept. Sir, nung una kasi sir, natatakot ako sa iyo kasi naka-uniforme ka. Sir, natakot kasi ako nung pagkakita ko sa iyo na marami kayo pumasok dito. Tanggapin natin yon kasi sa susunod na interview natin, at least magkakaroon tayo ng evaluation, sarili nating evaluation. Di ba yung sa susunod na last is yung sa peace is yung evaluation? That is intended for us as contact tracers, interviewers. Kung nagsalita siyang ganun okay lang po, pasensya na po. Sige po, sa susunod, pupuntahan po namin, pagkakausapin po kita, magsibilyan po ako. Huwag nating masamain kung ano man yung comment nila sa atin. Ito yung mga pinag-aaralan natin. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, hindi criminal yung kinakausap natin. Yung mga, iba yung feelings, iba yung emotions nila during the time na ini-interview natin. Hindi siya yung normal na, ganitong ordinary, walang nangyayari. Sabihin natin sa kanila yung intended course of action natin na maraming salamat po, ito pong mga information na nakukuha namin sa inyo is makakatulong po sa ibang tao. At the same time, madidetermine po natin kung saan yung most probably na nakunan nyo itong infection, yung virus. So bago natin i-close, i-verify and we consolidate all the informations na nakuha natin sa kanya. And we have to make sure na masagot natin itong mga key questions. Have we covered all the questions we want to ask? Has the interviewee provided all the information they are able to and willing to provide? Have we covered all the aims of our interview and what is the effect of additional information? Kung yung number 3 pa lang is hindi natin na-attain, we do not close the interview. Babalikan natin. Okay? Hindi one time lang yung interview kasi meron pa tayong follow-up. Pero yung first interview natin, make the most of it. Yan. Reviewing the you need to give the interviewee an opportunity to confirm, alter, clarify, or add anything to their account if they wish. Kagaya ngayon ng sinasabi natin paggawa ng affidavit. Okay? Always close the interview with the 3 P's. Being polite, being positive, and being prospective. Being polite always, kaya magalang tayo. Being positive, maraming salamat po sir. Napakalaking halaga yung impormasyon na naibigay mo. Napakalaking bagay yung pag-usap mo sa amin. Being positive. Huwag nating, anuin ba na? Kung hindi ka magsalita, yung baka kakasuhan pa kita kagad. Hindi ka agad ganun. That is advanced na. Pag di talaga pa na. Gamitin pa rin natin. Actually, ma'am, sa Republic Act 11332, yung mandatory reporting, obligado po kayong magbigay ng information. Even though parang natin sinasabi sa kanila na alam nyo yan, pwede kayong makaswan, pero in a very passive way. Hindi yung tinatakot natin sila. Okay? And last is being prospective. Yung kausap natin, would they be willing to give additional information sa atin? Tatawagan ba tayo? Ite-text ba tayo? Or, would they be willing to answer our calls kung tatawagan ulit natin sila for clarification or additional inquiry? So, importante yun. Sabi ko nga, ang pag-establish ng rapport, hindi natatapos the moment na temporary in-end natin yung interview. Until the end yan, hanggat hindi natatapos yung contact tracing efforts natin, tuloy pa rin. Okay? Evaluation. Ito na yung sinasabi kong para sa atin. Lahat ba ng aims ng contact tracing na-achieve natin? Kasi kung hindi, kulang yata yung effort ko. Kailangan mo isipin kung saan ka nagkulang. Para at least kahit papaano, ano ang gagawin ko sa susunod? Tama ba yung ginawa kong pag-interview sa tao na to? Para kung sa susunod na mag-interview ka, the same yung personality doon sa in-interview mo ngayon, at least alam mo na kung paano siya mag-react sa mga questions. Paano siya mag-react sa current situation. Para kung hindi mo pa na-experience yun, at least meron kang background. Minsan kasi baka puro iisang klase ng tao. Kung sa amin, kung puro pulis lang ang nakakausap namin, masanay kami, puro pulis lang, alam namin paano i-kwan. Pero paano pag doktor yung ini-interview nyo? Doktor na yan, ha? Pero mind you, mahirap din silang interviewin kung hindi makapag-cooperate. Meron na tayong tropa, meron na tayong kwan na sinagot na, doktor ako, alam ko ang ginagawa ko. Di ba? May isang abogado, kunin mo yung binigay ko doon sa doktor. Ay nila makipag-usap, kunin mo yung binigay ko doon sa doktor. E di tapos. Paano natin i-address yun? Paano natin sila i-engage? So different. Iba-iba po. Okay? The purpose of our evaluation is to examine whether the aims and objectives of contact tracing, the interview have been achieved. And review the flow of contact tracing in light of information obtained during the interview. Ito yung sinasabi ko ng initial analysis of the interviewer. Sa atin pa lang, alam na nating i-analyze kung ano yung flow. Based from the information na nakukuha natin. And of course, develop interviewing skills by evaluating how we perform in setting goals for the future. Okay? So, hindi iisa yung approach na ginagawa natin. We have to develop and develop and develop our skills. Sa una, medyo mahirapan kasi maninibago kayo. Lalong-lalo na yung mga kasama kong pulis. Ibang approach, di ba? Parang parang pabebe approach. Di ba? Kasi kung criminal yan, baka nasuntok na pa. Pero dito hindi. Okay? Pero may advance kasi yan. May advanced training yan, yung cognitive interviewing technique. Pero ito yung basic na ginagawa natin. So pag na-train nyo, pag na-develop nyo, ganitong style, makikita nyo ang difference. Hindi yung brusko tayo dahil police tayo. Pero pag na-develop natin yung skills ng contact tracing, madali. Nawala kayo sa akin. Kahit itong mga kasama natin, mga contact tracers, 5 minutes lang, kayang-kayang mag-prepare. Isipin mo lang, sino yung patient natin? Ano yung personality ng patient natin? Taga saan siya? From those minimal informations, okay, so ganito pala siya. Isipin natin, paano natin i-approach? Diba? Ito yung sinasabi kong core skills ng cognitive interviewer. Kailangan mabilis tayong magplano and mag-prepare. Makapag-establish ka agad tayo ng rapport. Marunong tayong makinig. And magaling tayong magtanong. Kasi kung hindi effective yung pagtatanong natin, useless yung 1, 2, and 3. Okay? Magaling nga tayong magplano. Parang bolero tayo, nakaka-establish kagad tayo ng rapport sa kausap natin. Pero kung hindi naman effective yung mga pagtatanong natin, hindi naman siya related dun sa gusto nating makuhang information, chapsoy ang kalalabasan ng report. Okay? So yan yung mga skills na kailangan ma-develop natin sa sarili natin. Hindi porke investigative mindset, magaling na ang pulis. Hindi porke about health condition, magaling na ang nurse o kay doctor or medical practitioner. Both kayang gawin ng isang volunteer, yung mga kasama natin. Kaya train, sinishare natin para at least kahit papaano magkaroon ng level of knowledge or intelligence towards contact tracing. Okay? Okay, paki-check. Basahin niyo, mental reading. Walang magsusulat. You have 60 seconds. Write as many words as you can na nakita nyo kanina. Time starts now. Si Kuya na nakarekta, kita niya kagad. Diba? 60 seconds. No. Last 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, time's up. Okay? Time's up. Sino nagsulat ng sweet? Tas kamot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Marami. Sa likod. Nakipag-join ba kayo? Meron bang sweet? Sabi mo na pero nagsulat. Wala. Sour rice, candy. Pero tingnan nyo. Nice candy, honey, sugar, soda, chocolate, cake, tart, at pie. Lahat yan ay matamis. Lahat yan ay sweet. Okay? Oh, bakit may nagsulat? Dahil dun sa general conception, yung nakita natin is matamis. Di po ba? Mas maraming words na matamis. Di ba? Yan na yung individual perception natin. Yan yung individual interpretation natin, I mean. Tingnan nyo, marami, 12. Paano yung taong magulo yung pag-iisip? Kung tayo nga, ganyan pa, nakakapag-interpret pa tayo ng ganyang information. Walang mali. Walang mali. Hindi lang kasi totoo. Kasi nga, kaya nga interpretation na yun yung perception natin sa nakita natin, sa narinig natin. Test number 2. O walang magsusulat. Basahin nyo. O may nagsusulat na dun, no? "60 seconds ulit. Write as many as you can." Yung mga kasama natin through virtual, join din kayo. Saan yung last 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, time's up. Sino nagsulat ng anger or angry? Taas kamot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wala na? Baka nahiya lang kayo. Anger or angry is not there. Merong nagsulat na hindi nagtaas ng kamot. Bakit? Tingnan nyo yung mga highlighted words. Tingnan nyo yung mga highlighted words. First word and last word pa lang. Di ba? First and last pa lang, naka-highlight ka agad na. Hate ka agad yan. Galit. Interpret natin, hatred. Anger. Same rationale. Kung tayo na normal condition, maliban lang sa akin, hindi normal dahil mainit. Affected yung interpretation ko. Affected yung utak ko. Pag nakipag-usap tayo doon sa mga patient, ulitin ko, expect lagi. Kaya nga yung planning and preparation natin, we have to be very flexible. Okay? Kailangan prepared tayo na ganyan. Lahat ng pwede mangyari, isipin na natin. Para at least alam natin, naka-mindset tayo. Di ba? Pag interview yan, kailangan mag-prepare. Sa atin, sa promotion, di ba, kailangan din mag-prepare? Alam natin, sa Friday pa yung, next week pa yung promotion interview. Dapat ngayon prepared na tayo. Pero bakit pagdating natin doon, pag pinagtayod natin, wala na. Di ba? Ganon din yun sa HR. Prepared kayo to go for interview, promotion, application of jobs. Pero nung tinanong kayo, in-interview kayo, utal-utal na. Dito iba. iba. Yung kino-consider natin kasi yung condition ng tao. Okay. Ito yung information matrix na ginagamit namin. Ito yung binigay ko sa mga contact tracers natin na pagsusulatan. Di ba kayo, yung pag ganyan lang, di ba? Pag ganyan lang na note, magulo. Ginawan ko ng information matrix based doon sa mga kakailanganan nating information. Hindi kasi masyadong makita eh. Meron tayong date, time, mode of transportation, places of engagement, degree of contact sa mga persons, persons interacted with, address of contact numbers of persons, and remarks. Kasi pag nag-backtrack tayo kahapon, that February 25, 2021, anong nangyari? Anong ginawa mo? 6 o'clock in the morning. Ano yung nangyari? Ano yung activity? Gising ako. Then bumaba sa first floor. Nagsaing ako ng kanin. Bigas pala. Yan yung activity. At 7 o'clock, naligo na ako. 7:30, kumain. 8 o'clock, umalis ako sa bahay papuntang work. Mode of transportation, naglakad lang. Places of engagement, pagdating niya sa workplace niya at 8 o'clock, sino yung mga persons interacted with? Sino yung mga nakasalamuhan niya? Okay? Ito yung example ng case namin. Masyadong maliit. Hindi makita. From backtracking namin is from April 10 to March 16. 25 days backtracking. Kasi yung case namin na ito, for how many days, more than 2 weeks, wala kaming case, biglang lumabas. Siya lang. Biglang nagkaroon ng positive, siya lang. Wala siyang travel history outside Baguio. So malaking question mark sa amin. Backtrack kami ng backtrack. Ano ba yung mga activity niya, ganyan. Until March 16, wherein merong dumating galing Manila na nagpalinis ng bahay. Wala pa doon sa barangay nila, hindi doon. From other barangays. So you see, umabot kami ng 153 close contacts sa 25 days. Hindi pa 100% yon. Kasi meron talaga siyang hindi ma-recall na mga activities niya. Battered wife, volunteer sa barangay. Kaya 4 na barangay ang na-lockdown dahil sa kanya. Yung close contacts niya kasi nag-evolve doon sa 4 na barangay. Mamaya pa, ewan ko kung, yun yung example ng papakita mamaya. Okay? So, on my part, as a contact tracer, hindi ako huminto hanggat sa hindi ko madidetermine yung possible source of infection ng tao. Kasi wala eh. Wala siyang travel outside. Wala siyang travel outside. Doon lang talaga, nung may pumunta galing Manila. And nung binaktrack naman namin yung itong mga taga Manila, tumakbo, tinakbuhan kami, bumalik ng Manila. So hindi namin napaswab yun, tumakbo na. Yun lang yung pinakakuan namin na source of infection. Okay? So huwag tayong hihinto ng hindi pa natin madidetermine. Sa amin, we try to get as many information as we can on the first 24 hours. Ay hanggang gabi, may nagfa-follow up pa rin. Kami nakaka-receive pa rin kami ng mga report 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock ng gabi. Kasi ang target namin at least in 24 hours, 70% ng contact tracing matapos namin. Bakit? Baka sa susunod na araw meron na naman kaming case madadagdagan, magpapile up ng gagawin. Kailangan mabilis. So yun yung ginagawa namin na effort. Okay? And actually, that ends my presentation. Jomar, si Sam, baka magtuloy si Mayor. Any questions? Questions po? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yung information matrix na yon na pinakita ko, pag natapos, Allah, nalaglag. Yung information matrix na yun, yung report is sinasubmit and pinapasok natin sa system. Yun, sa history na yun. Kaya pag i-click mo yan, ito ang lalabas. Parang information matrix din siya, pero embedded na doon yung mga close contacts. Yan. Pag i-click mo yan, lalabas kung sino mga contacts niya. Diyan sa araw na yan, specific date, time, and place. Yan. Pag i-click mo yan, lalabas lahat dyan kung sino yung mga tao. So yan yung system namin na gustong i-share din para at least ito yung collecting tool. Pag nakuha natin yan, pag nagawa natin, i-convert lang, i-export doon sa I2 analyst, after which magkakaroon siya ng link analysis. And from then on, madidetermine nyo yung flow ng mga cases para at least alam nyo kung ano yung projection ninyo. Madidetermine nyo rin kung sino-sino yung mga naging possible links niya. Kasi minsan, kung ito, yung sinasabi ko nga, ang source ng infection nila is hindi dun sa tao, pero dun sa place of engagement. At one particular time, dalawang grupo nagkasama sa isang restaurant, hindi naman sila magkakakilala. Pero yun nga, yung transmission pala is from the other group, pumunta dito sa isang table. Doon nakikita magkakaroon ng link. For example kasi yung ito at saka siya, hindi naman magkakilala, hindi naman nagkausap. Pero siya yung first na infected. Nang dahil sa yung hangin is papunta doon, nag-catch niya yung virus coming from dito. Okay? O, iisa lang. Ngayon, ako, general contact ninyo. Ikot-ikot ako kanina. That is general contact. Pares siya at saka doon. Wala silang interaction. Pero, nandito tayo. Okay? Questions? Questions? Wala? Okay. Pairam ng mic, please. Isang mic. Pakiyan na lang.
Good afternoon, sir. From the LG Bongabong Contact Tracer. My name is Jeffrey Rabino. Gusto ko lang po, sir, magtanong para dagdag idea po sa aming contact tracer. Kasi last time nakakapit po kami ng positive patient. according po dun sa nabanggit nyo kanina, yung pag-interview po sa yung time nung sa PIS, yung sa A account. Nabanggit nyo po kanina is meron po kayong in-interview na 2 hours and a half. Tama po ba? So, gusto ko lang po makahingi ng idea sa inyo, sir, kasi last time na nakakapit po kami ng positive dito sa Bongabong is naka-full gear kami sa hospital. So, ano po ba yung time na dapat? Kasi nagbigay po sa amin yung nurse ng 2 minutes para makagather ng information. So, as a contact tracer po ba is, kapag may rules po sila na ganun is, pwede po ba naming, tawag dito, baliin yung rules nila as to gather information?
Yan yung mga hindrances, sabi ko nga, pag nandun na sa isolation facility. Maraming factors. Pwedeng hindi nila tayo papasukin, pwedeng limitahan tayo sa pakikipag-usap. Di ba? So, make the most of it. No, i-explain natin na, ma'am, hindi po kaya yung 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Hindi po kaya kasi kailangan po nating backtrack yung mga activities niya. Anyway, kung papasok naman kayo doon na naka-full PPE, sundin nyo pa rin yung mga health protocols natin. Pag hindi kaya, bigyan kayo ng dahil sa exposure natin, 15 minutes, di ba? Na yung possible na ma-infect tayo. Bigyan kayo ng 10 minutes, make the most of it. 10 minutes, you establish rapport. Kumustahin mo lang siya ng kumustahin, makipagkaibigan ka, makipagkwentuhan ka. Yun ang sinasabi ko, be prepared. Kung kailangan mo na is, may phone number ka ba? May number, may cellphone ba or hindi? Para at least kung na-establish mo yung rapport mo doon, pag pinalabas ka na, through call, text. Ako ang magbibigay ng load mo. May phone ka ba? Wala. Hanapan kita ng phone. Bigyan kita. Para at least may nakakausap ka pag nababagot ka na. Okay? So, hindi magiging hindrance ang mga yun para huminto tayo. Kaya nga, yung planning and preparation natin is we have to be advanced 2 steps ahead sa mga possible na scenarios, yung mga possible na mangyayari. So hindi tayo huminto doon. Okay lang yan, bigyan tayo ng 10 minutes, make the most of it. Makipagkaibigan tayo, makipag-establish tayo. Hindi yung, saan ka? Kailan po? Sino kasama mo? Oh. Iba, pag nakapag-establish na tayo ng rapport. Kahit through phone, actually mahirap din yung through phone interview. Kasi kung hindi ka sasagutin ng kausap mo, wala ka talagang mapapala. Pag binagsakan ka, wala ka talagang mapapala. Kung mahina yung signal, wala ka talagang magagawa. Ang hirap mag-establish ng rapport through text. Hindi mo kakilala ng tao, nagte-text sa'yo, nagaganyan, nagtatanong, baka i-block pa tayo. Okay? So, ganon. Kailangan prepared tayo lagi. Tama, at least naka-experience kayo ng ganyan. Learning process. Sa susunod, anong gagawin natin? Minsan, yun din nga yung problema natin sa mga hospitals, sa mga clinics, sa mga facilities. Kasi actually sila, hindi talaga sila tatagal ng 2 minuto doon sa loob o kaya 1 minuto doon sa loob ng facility. Punta lang sila doon, mag-check ng tao, okay ka ba? Magbigay ng gamot, kung may gamot, sa mga may comorbidities, yun lang, tapos na. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, yung isang pulis na umabot ng 45 days, nagpapasalamat siya sa nurse pag pumapasok. Kasi kung walang pumapasok, talagang nabuwang na siya. Okay po? Any more questions? Questions pa po? Wala na? Sam, anong sabi ni Mayor? So, wala lang questions. Maraming salamat po sa pagkikinig. Sana naka-impart ako ng knowledge sa inyo with regards sa contact tracing efforts namin, most especially dito sa cognitive interviewing technique na parang ito yung pinaka-source ng pagkuha natin ng information. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation for the cognitive interviewing. So to follow is for the Oriental Mindoro COVID-19 diagnostic and for the retooled contract tracing system. So wait lang po tayo for Mayor Magalong to present and for the lecture. So for the next lecture is our Mayor Benjamin Magalong, sir, and
Five minutes break tayo. 5 minutes break. Ano? Okay, pwede ba ilagay lapit? Pwede ba ilapit yung line? Cover. Sana, slide ka. Slide ka. Okay, ulitin ko, hindi natin binago yung sistema ng Department of Health. Ang ginawa natin, we enhance it. That's why we call it the retooled contact tracing system. At ano yung mga binago natin o idinagdag natin na mga features nitong retooled contact tracing system? Okay, I don't think we need to define what is contact tracing is that is a way of breaking the transmission. That is our objective in contact tracing. We need to break, di ba hinaan natin ng konti? Masyado yata malakas yung sound. We need to break the chain of transmission. Kaya meron tayong tinatawag na backward contact tracing at forward contact tracing. Ano bakit backward contact tracing? Kasi gusto natin ma-identify sino yung index case. When you say index case, sino yung pinakaunang-unang case? Kuminsan kailangan natin. Pero pag tumagal, sobrang tagal na, napakahirap na alamin pa natin kung ano yung index case. Paano nangyari? Paano nakapasok sa isang lugar? Pero kung matagal na, ulitin ko, kasi inabot na ng 1 month, sayang lang yung oras na magko-contact trace pa tayo, backward contact tracing. So, binibigyan natin ng emphasis dito, yung forward contact tracing. Bakit forward contact tracing? Because we need to stop. Yun ang pinaka-importante. We need to stop the transmission, break the transmission. Between the two, learning or knowing or identifying the index case or preventing further transmission, ano pinaka-importante? Ano mas importante? Backward or forward contact tracing? O kaya hindi yata nyo ako, naintindihan nyo ba? What is more important? Yung backward contact tracing or yung forward contact tracing? Is the forward contact tracing. Di ba? Pero maganda rin kasi malaman natin yung index case. Para maintindihan natin paano nakapasok, para ma-improve natin yung mga system, paano nagkaroon ng transmission, paano yung nagkaroon ng unang infection. We can do that later. We can do that later. Kung sakasakaling you're pressed for time, pressured kayo, and you need to immediately break the transmission, bigyan nyo muna ng emphasis, bigyan nyo muna ng importansya yung forward transmission. Many people keep on asking, paano nakapasok si Magalong? Paano nakapasok? Hindi naman siya doktor. Because previously, who does the contact tracing? Or who do the contact tracing? These are medical officers. They have something, meron silang daladalang logbook, o kaya meron silang tinatawag na Q&A, question and answer, fill in the blank. Fill in the blanks. Mag-interview, fill in the blank. Ito yung nakalagay dito. Ito yung mga tatanungin, fill in the blanks ka. Sino nakausap mo? Sino mga nakasalamuha mo? And then tatanungin sa'yo, sino nakausap mo? Sino nakasalamuha mo? Let's say, for example, you're looking for, you're contact tracing a positive patient na sumakay sa isang bus. So, unang tanong is, Ma'am, nung araw na dumating kayo, nung nagkaroong araw na pumunta kayo ng Baguio, ano po yung inyong ginawa? Kasi yun ang nandun sa notes niya. Ay, nagpunta ako sa bus station. Ma'am, anong ginawa niyo po sa bus station? Sumakay ako sa bus. Matapos po, punta na ako ng Baguio. So, anong ilalagay usually, yung medical officer, susulat siya. Punta kayo ng bus, umakyat na ng Baguio. Ma'am, pwede ho bang malaman kung meron kayong nakasama doon sa... Wala ba kayong mga nakausap? Wala. Wala na akong nakausap. Basta sumakay lang ako sa bus. Sino kasama niyo ho? Wala akong kasama. Ako lang mag-isa. So, yun na ilalagay niya ngayon doon sa notes niya. Umakyat sa Baguio. Sino, may katabi ho ba kayo? Hindi, mag-isa ko lang doon sa gilid. Is it enough? Is it enough? Tama ba? Na ganun lang. Kasi, yun lang ang i-fill in the blanks ko lang eh. Yun lang itatanong ko sa kanya kasi yun lang nakalagay sa logbook. Pero, if you look at contact tracing, it's very similar to investigation. Contact tracing is just like investigating a serial offense. Serial offense. Isipin nyo, sa infection, transmission ng COVID-19, meron kang isang suspect. Tapos maya-maya, ini-infect niya yung mga katabi niya. Parang krimen na isang serial rapist, nire-rape niya yung mga biktima niya. Hinahanap mo, nire-rape niya. Pero anong pagkakaiba? Doon sa serial rapist, intentional na ginagawa niya. Sa COVID-19, unintentional. Hindi niya alam. Kasi hindi rin niya alam na may sakit siya. Nakakahawa pala siya. Pero kung titingnan mo yung dynamics noon, para malaman ko kung sino siya, and at the same time, mahinto ko siya, it requires investigation. So pinagsama natin. Ang contact tracing pala, kaparehas din pala ng investigation. In fact, mas madali pa nga sa isang investigation. Mas madali pa siya. Pero anong mahirap sa contact tracing? Anong mahirap sa contact tracing? Yung pag-iisip. Iintindihin natin yung pag-iisip nung infected person. Bakit? Bakit? Imagine yourself, isang araw tinawagan ka, o kaya nilapitan ka at sinabi, ma'am or sir, 2 days ago nagpa-swab test ba kayo? Oh yes, nagpa-swab test. Pwede lang ho namin ipaalam sa inyo na nag-positive kayo sa COVID-19. And then someone suddenly calls you, ma'am, ako po yung contact tracer. Pangalan ko po si ganito. Ma'am, pwede kong malaman ho, sino yung mga nakasama niyo? Ganitong araw na to. Ma'am, saan ho kayo nagpupunta? You think you will be able to immediately answer those questions? Sa tingin nyo, makakasagot kaagad kayo? Imagine yourself, you're the positive patient. Katatanggap mo lang yung information na nag-positive ka. Tinatanong ka ngayon ng series of questions sa isang contact tracer. Makakasagot ba kayo na maayos? Never. No way. Bakit? Tanong ko, bakit? Confused ka. You're confused. You're on a panic mode. Ninenervyos ka. Magsasurvive ba ako o mamamatay ako? Paano na lang yung pamilya ko? Paano na lang ako? Paano na lang yung mga anak ko? Tapos merong isang tao naman na tanong ng tanong sa'yo. Anong nararamdamin mo? Sapukin ko kaya to. Di ba? Yun ang challenge sa contact tracing. It's different. It has a different type of dynamic. Now, paano mo mabre-break yun? Let us say, for example, a positive patient, ako yung nag-interview dahil wala siya sa tamang isip, confused siya, panic mode siya, irrational siya, hindi siya nakikinig. Papasok, yung naririnig niya rito, hindi niya na-process. Kasi ang iniisip niya, magsasurvive ba ako? Magsasurvive ba ako? Paano yung pamilya ko? Paano? And suddenly, he builds a wall. Magkre-create siya ng wall. Kaya maski na ano pang sabihin ng isang contact tracer, tanong siya ng tanong, wala, it doesn't register kasi he is not listening. He is not cooperating. His mind is somewhere else. So, sa tingin nyo kaya, if I ask you, nagkaroon ng nakawan sa bahay ninyo, okay lang ba sa inyo na engineer ang mag-imbestiga ng kaso? Okay lang ba sa inyo na doktor ang mag-imbestiga ng kaso? Nakawan sa bahay nyo? Siyempre, una-una nyo isipin, pulis. Bakit pulis? Bakit pulis? Because they were trained to investigate. It's their core competence. In the same manner, kung may sakit ka, pupunta ka ba sa isang engineer? Kung may sakit ka, pupunta ka ba sa pulis? No way. No way. Kanino ka pupunta? Doktor. Bakit? Because it is their core competence. Diyan sila nag-aral. Same thing with contact tracing. Someone who is investigating a case requires someone who has experience in investigation. Kaya ang ginawa namin, instead na doktor lang o nurse lang o someone with a medical profession ang nagko-contact tracing, ang ginawa natin, pinagsama na natin. O police, nandito ka, doc, nandito ka, o nurse, nandito ka, pwede ba magsama kayong dalawa? Yung strength ng isa, yung strength din ng isa, pag pinagsama mo, you become a formidable team. Malakas kayong team. Kasi, ang kapulisan, meron siyang investigative skills, nag-aral siya ng cognitive interviewing, kaya niyang i-break yung wall na itinayo ng isang positive patient. Pero pagdating naman sa pag-analyze, kumusta kaya, ano kaya sitwasyon nitong tao na to? Ito bang tao na to, kailan kaya siya naka-infect? Most probably, looking at the data na nakuha ko sa kanya. Sinong pwede mag-analyze nun? Yung pulis, makapag-analyze nun? No way. Hindi kaya ng pulis yan na i-analyze yan. Kasi hindi siya trained. Same thing. When we first introduced itong retooled contact tracing, kausap namin yung mga pulis, sabi ng mga pulis, "Sir, kaya na namin ng contact tracing." In fact, kami nga yung nag-contact trace doon sa China eh. Yung unang insidente, kaya na namin yan. Sabi namin sa kanila, yes, kaya nyong i-identify, kaya nyong sundan, pero hindi nyo kayang i-analyze. Ikaw, alam mo ba kung ano ibig sabihin ng infectivity rate? Naintindihan mo ba yung infectivity concept? Hindi niya maintindihan. Naintindihan mo ba yung symptoms, yung dynamics ng infection sa COVID-19? Hindi rin niya maintindihan. Someone who was doing an interview, who is investigating a case, dapat maintindihan niya yan. And the only person who can understand that is someone who has experience or he has a skill related to medical. So, ang ginawa natin ngayon, pinag-combine natin. Una, sabi ng mga doktor, "Sir, hindi na namin kailangan. Sir, kaya na namin." No? Pero, pagdating nila doon, habang ini-interview, information na makukuha lang nila, hanggang ganito lang sila. Instead na makuha nila yung ganito, hanggang ganito lang makukuha nila informasyon. Pag yung pulis naman, pag siya lang ang nag-interview, hanggang ganito lang yung kanyang informasyon na makukuha. Pero pag pinagsama mo yung dalawa, yung ganito na informasyon ng pulis, ganito yung informasyon na makukuha ng doktor, masaba. Kasi ang importante rito, makuha mo, dapat maraming informasyon kang marami. Dapat tuloy-tuloy yung informasyon na makukuha mo sa isang positive patient. In fact, critical dito yung 24 hours. Dapat in 24 hours makakuha ka as many critical information para ma-break mo yung transmission. Dapat ma-identify mo. Pero you need all those skills sa interviewing. Yun yung tinuro sa inyo ni Colonel Sumegang, ni Max. Yung skills na yon. Sinong nurse dito? Sinong doctor sa inyo? Sinong nurse sa inyo? Doctor. Doc, hindi naman tinuro sa inyo yung mga skills na yon, di ba? Sa inyong profession, hindi nyo naman napag-aralan yan, di ba? In the same manner na kayong mga pulis, hindi naman tinuro sa inyo kung anong infectivity rate, yung dynamics ng infection, hindi naman tinuro sa inyo. I remember one time, sabi ng isang medical officer namin, na doctor, sabi niya, "Sir, nung una ayaw namin makasama yung kapulisan. Kasi iniisip namin, paano kaya anong significance nila? Anong relevance nila?" And then finally sabi niya, "Sir, na-realize ko na. Sir, ito yung report ko, 2 pages yung report ko. When I did the interview. Yung partner ko, sir, ito yung report niya, 3 pages. Pag pinagsama mo itong dalawa, sir, na to, mas marami pala kaming information na makukuha. Mas kompleto pala. So, maraming salamat, sir, at isama mo sa amin yung mga kapulisan. So, don't hesitate na every time you do contact tracing, as much as possible, partner with the police. In the same manner na kayo kapulisan, when you do the contact tracing, partner with the doctor, partner with the nurse, or partner with someone who has undergone any type of medical profession. I guess, this was already explained to you. Take a look at Catbalogan City. Catbalogan City in Samar. This was sometime I think that was sometime in August. Ang total number of cases niya, tumawag sa akin yung mayor, is 470 pa lang. Yung average number of cases niya, 19 a day. Now, remember, ang target natin sa contact tracing efficiency ratio is for urban centers like Manila. It's 1:37. Ibig sabihin, 1:37 kasi we go beyond the household. Kinukuha natin yung first level, second level. Sino nakakaintindi sa inyo ng first level, second level, third level generation? Naituro ba sa inyo? Sino na ang nag-undergo ng training na ginagawa ng DOH? Sino sa inyo? Sa contact tracing? Wala pa? Is this your first time to undergo training on contact tracing? Alam ko, magkakaroon pa ng training ang Department of Health. Please attend yung training ng Department of Health. Para at least ma-reinforce yung training niyo. Okay, for rural setting, nilagay lang natin siya sa 1:27, 1:28. No? Pero yung Catbalogan, it's a combination of rural and urban. So, ang contact tracing efficiency ratio ng Catbalogan is 1:3. Ibig sabihin, for every patient, ang na-identify lang nila is 3. Ganon din ang nangyayari sa inyo sa MIMAROPA. We were looking over your cases, lumalabas, na sa isang bawat pasyente, 3 lang ang na-identify yung close contact niya. Tanungin ko kayo, realistic ba yon? Realistic ba yon? Na for the past 14 days, or sabihin na natin 10 days, assuming na 10 days ang inimbestigahan nyo, 3 lang ang close contact mo? Tanungin ko kayo, ngayong araw na to, sino sa inyo ang may close contact na 3? Ngayong araw na to. Ngayong araw lang na to. Sino sa inyo may close contact na 3? Sino sa inyo may close contact na 4? 5? 6? 7? Sino nagsasabing wala siyang close contact ngayong araw na to? Sinong 1? Sinong 2? So ilan kayo? Hindi, ibig ko sabihin, ulitin ko yung tanong. Ha? Sino sa inyo, ngayong araw na to, sino sa tingin nyo, among you, sinong nakadalawa o dalawang close contact ngayong araw na to? I-raise nyo yung right hand nyo. 2 lang. 3. Sino sa inyo may 3? Raise your right hand. Sige, baba mo na. 4. Okay. Sinong 5? Naka-5? Sinong naka-6? Sinong naka-7? Sinong naka-8? Okay. Can you just imagine, no? Karamihan sa inyo, 3 o 4. Pero dito sa investigation nyo, o investigation nila, for the span of 14 days or 2 weeks, ang sinasabi nila, 3 lang ang close contact ko. Yan ang lumalabas dyan sa contact tracing efficiency ratio. Which is not at all realistic. Kahapon, buong araw kayo kahapon, sino nagsasabi sa inyo ang close contact nyo? Dalawa. Raise your right hand. Kahapon. Tatlo. Raise your right hand. 4. Okay, down. 5. 6. 7. 8. Wala kayong close contact kahapon? Sino nagsabi sa inyo na isa lang ang close contact nyo? Sinong close contact ka 10 kahapon? You see, in just one day, okay. Ang sabi doon sa Katbalogan, ang RT-PCR test nila is 60 a day. 60 a day. At contact tracing team nila is 25 people only. Dito sa Bongabong, ilan ang total na contact tracers sa Bongabong? Ilan ang total na contact tracers dyan sa Bongabong? 9 lang. 9 lang ang contact tracing members. Okay. And your population is, nandiyan kayo sa 60,000, 80,000. Nasa 60,000 kayo siguro, 70,000, no? Okay, contact tracing efficiency ratio is 1 urban and 4 rural is 1:25 to 30. Tandaan nyo yan, ha? Tandaan nyo yung number niya. Now, for Katbalogan, in-identify natin na nilagay natin siya sa 1:25 kasi it's a combination of urban and rural. Nilagay na lang natin sa 1:25. Look at this. Okay, nag-backtrack tayo ng 14 days. So ito yung 19 cases niya. 19 cases. Kung ang itatimes natin sa kanya is 3, dahil yun lang ang contact tracing efficiency ratio niya, lumalabas na kung nako-contact trace lang niya is 57. Okay, klaro yan, ano? 19 times 3, 57 lang ang nako-contact trace niya. Yung case na yan. Pero kung gagamitin natin yung contact tracing efficiency ratio, yung standard na 1:25, dapat ang nako-contact trace niya is, ilan yan? Anong total niyan, Jomar? Jomar, anong number nito? Hindi ko makita. Pwede bang gawin mo? Ano, no? For 75. Kung itatimes mo yung 19 times, pwede bang pakinaan lang? Tanggalin nyo yung echo. Please. Okay. Kung itatimes natin yung 19 times 25, that's 400, ilan Sam? 475? 475. Look at the big difference, ano? 475 as against 57. Ang layo. No? Ibig sabihin, kung yung 475, i-minus mo yung 57, dapat meron kang mga 420. 420 na tao na unaccounted. Hindi mo kilala, unaccounted yan. 420 unaccounted. And that is only for one day. 418 people unaccounted. Every day. Hindi mo na-account yan. 418 people, at kung titingnan mo yung positivity rate, ang positivity rate ng Katbalogan during that time is 20%. Ibig sabihin, 84 people, hindi mo na-account, potentially infected, roaming your streets, and potentially infecting other people. That's 84 a day. Now, kung ito'y tuloy-tuloy for the next 7 days, kung tuloy-tuloy ito for the next 7 days, i-times 10 mo lang, ibig sabihin, in the next 7 days, 840 people ang di mo na-account. Umiikot lang yan. Hindi mo nakikita, potentially infecting other people. So, ganyan ka-importante yung contact tracing. Ganyan ka-importante yung contact tracing. Yan, hindi nila nare-realize yan. Bakit? Kasi ang nangyayari ngayon, lalo na itong election, karamihan ng ating mga mayors o governors, gusto nilang ipakita na okay yung sitwasyon nila. So dahil gusto nilang ipakita na okay yung sitwasyon nila, ang gagawin nila, ibababa nila yung contact tracing nila, ibababa rin nila yung kanilang testing. Pag binaba nila yung contact tracing, ibaba nila yung testing, ano mangyayari? Mababa yung kaso. Yun ang gusto nilang ipakita. Mababa yung kaso. Pero pag tumagal ng ganon lagi ang ginagawa, magugulat na lang kayo na puputok. Tulad ng nangyari sa Mountain Province. Na pinalabas nila na 1 lang, 2, 3 lang araw-araw yung kanilang kaso. After several months, biglang pumutok, nagwa 100 na sila. Tapos may UK variant pa sila. Tapos wala pa silang sistema. Wala silang mga analytical tools. Wala silang mga analytics. So what is the dynamic? Ito, please take note of this, especially kung kailangan na talagang mag-extend kayo ng 3rd generation. Ito yung index case, ano? Ito yung unang case natin, ito. Ito yung unang case natin. Ayan, yan ang unang case natin. Yung close contact niyan, hypothetical, may 4 na close contact. Ito yung tinatawag nating 1st generation. Yan ang tinatawag natin na 1st generation. Yung close contact nung 1st generation, ang tawag natin dyan is 2nd generation. Okay? Ngayon, yung close contact ng 2nd generation, yun ang 3rd generation. Now, to catch up with the transmission, para nahabol natin ang transmission, especially kung UK variant, o maski na yung original na version, let's say yung index case is a husband, tapos yung isang close contact is a wife, then you can safely assume na yung wife is also infected. Tama ba ako? Di ba? Tama, di ba? Araw-araw kasama niya, then potentially the wife is infected. So alangan naman na huminto ka lang doon sa wife o huminto ka lang daw sa 1st level. Simple logic states na kailangan i-contact trace mo tong wife. And while you were contact tracing the wife, lumabas na yung mother niya pala, inaalagaan niya araw-araw. So, kung yung wife, maski hindi pa lumalabas yung resulta, nalaman mo as investigator na yung wife is taking care of the mother, visiting the mother or interacting with the mother, regularly, then can you safely assume na yung mother is also infected? Can you assume? Safely assume that the mother is also infected? Tama ba ako? Yes. Yes. So, kung ganun ang assumption mo, then if the mother is taking care of the grandchildren, then most probably, isa doon sa mga grandchildren or some of the grandchildren are also infected. Ganun yung nangyari sa amin doon sa UK variant sa Baguio. Ay, sa La Trinidad. Wala kami sa Baguio. La Trinidad, isang nagtatrabaho sa isang grocery store, ang na-infect niya, yung kanyang mother, yung kanyang father, yung kanyang kapatid, yung kanyang grandmother. Pero yung nangyari doon sa La Trinidad, huminto na sila. Hindi na sila nag-contact trace. Only to find out that the mother pala is a manicurista. Manicurista ng mga pulis. So, nangyari, nalaman namin na yung mga nagmamanicure siya, may mga pulis siyang na-infect. Pero hindi lumabas yon sa contact tracing ng La Trinidad. Nalaman na lang namin yon nung kami na mismo ang nagko-contact trace dahil tinutulungan namin sila. Nalaman din namin na yung father, taxi driver pala. So, siyempre, taxi driver, ikot ng ikot yan. So, potentially, marami rin na-infect yan. So, ganun ka-complicated yung nangyari sa sitwasyon. At, ang masama nun, yung father, mas marami siyang biyahe sa Baguio City. Pero nahinto na. Hindi nila na-consider yan. Hindi rin kami sinabihan hanggang kami na yun mismong nag-contact trace. So, lahat yan, hinabol-habol namin, pero hindi mo mahabol lahat. Kaya kung tatanungin niyo ako, Sir, meron na bang UK variant sa Baguio? Ako mismo magsasabi sa inyo, most probably, meron ng UK variant sa Baguio. Kasi nung lumabas yung UK variant na yan, lumabas yung resulta nung UK variant, ang nakalipas, 1 buwan na. Mahigit 1 buwan na, ganyan kabagal yung ating genome sequencing. Pangalawa, almost 300 or 400 na specimen ang sinubmit nila na potentially related to UK variant, ang naproprocess pa lang nila, 147. So meron pa kami hinahabol na 250 plus. Ganun kabagal yung ating genome sequencing. Kaya wag niyong isipin na region dito sa Region 7, ay Region 4B, wala kayong genome sequencing. Dahil sa bagal ng sistema sa Genome Center, yung mga isinubmit niyong specimen na galing dito, malamang hindi pa na-process. Magugulat na lang kayo na one day, sasabihan na lang kayo na meron na kayong UK variant dyan sa lugar ninyo. And by the time na nakuha nyo, na nalaman nyo, baka 2 buwan na ang nakalipas. Ang hirap na mag-contact tracing. I'll forgo with the contact tracing algorithms. Ano? Let me just, hindi ko na mabasa ito. Ano? Well, yung basic principles niyan. Ano? Let me cite to you some of the reasons kung bakit mahina ang contact tracing ng isang LGU. Yes. Okay. One is, walang active involvement yung mga mayors. Pinabayaan na lang nila. Wala silang pakialam. Nakita namin yan eh. Sa mga ikot namin sa local government, karamihan ng mga local government unit na walang pakialam, yung mayor, iniasa na lang yan. Mababa ang performance sa contact tracing. Kaya mataas din ang kaso. Second, maraming chief executives na ayaw ang contact tracing. Dahil pag maayos yung contact tracing, mataas yung kaso nila. Mataas din yung, tapos kung dadagdagan mo pa ng testing, tataas yung kaso mo. For example, sa amin, sa Baguio, kami na may pinakamataas na testing capacity sa buong Pilipinas. Ang total number of tests na ginawa namin is already 123,000. Tayo? 123,000 with a population of about 400,000. That's about 32%. Ang sumunod sa amin, sa buong Pilipinas, most probably Davao. Pero ang Davao, siguro nandun lang siya sa mga 15%. Pareho kami sa numero ng number of tests. Pero ang total population nila is 1.5%. Ay 1.5 million. Habang kami 400 million lang. So mas probably, hindi lang sila 15%, baka nandun lang sila sa 11%. Ang Taguig, sabi ng Taguig, nagpunta sa akin si Mayor Lino noong Monday, Tuesday, sabi niya, Mayor, kami ang may pinakamataas na testing capacity sa buong Metro Manila. Pero akala namin mataas na kami at 16%. Nung nakita namin yung Baguio, doble pala sila, 33%. Mataas yung aming contact tracing. We're not reaching the 1:37, pero ang contact tracing efficiency ratio namin is 1:20. Lack of leadership. Nakita namin yan sa Cebu. Hindi lack of leadership doon sa part ng mayor. Lack of leadership on the part of the city health officer. Ganon din yung nakita namin sa Davao. Nung nagpunta kami sa Davao City. Nagwa 109 cases sila araw-araw. At nung inanalyze namin, nakita namin na ang problema, yung city health officer. Kulang ng leadership. On that, the second day na nandun kami, tinanggal yung city health officer ni Mayor Sara. Pinalitan niya. Inadequate training, walang maayos na training. Walang pondong ibinibigay para suportahan yung ating mga contact tracer. Yung mga contact tracer natin, sarili nilang pera, sarili nilang gasolina. Stress na nga sila, sarili pa nilang bulsa. Non-involvement of law enforcement officer. Ganun ang nangyari sa Taguig. Sipin mo, sa tagal-tagal na natin nagko-contact trace, nung Monday and Tuesday, inamin mismo ni Mayor Lino sa akin, nagulat pa nga siya nung sinabi nung kanyang city health officer, Mayor, hindi po natin ginagamit yung kapulisan dito sa Taguig. And lack of innovation and analytical tools. Surprisingly, pati sa Taguig, wala silang analytical tools. Wala silang ginagamit na pang-analyze ng kanilang kaso. Taguig na yan. Okay. Let me just show you yung yung principles mamaya i-discuss ni Samantha. Discuss ko lang to analytical tools natin. So we're basically, dati-rate, ang ginagawa natin sa contact tracing, parang organization ng military o organization ng police. Pero binago na natin yan. Instead, radically, we change it. And we came up with an ecosystem composed of interviewers, analysts, encoders, then technical support, and then yung community support na tinatawag natin BHERDS. Let me forego with that. Ito na yung analytical tools na ginagamit natin. Meron kaming COVID data collection tool, which we're going to share with you. We're going to give you access to a data collection tool para magamit nyo yung mga analytical tools natin. Yung COVID kaya, yung CDRS, hindi niya sinusuportahan yung mga analytical tools na yan. It only supports clinical analytics, pero hindi niya sinusuportahan yung analytical tools na yan. So ito yung data collection tool namin, hindi nyo gaano makita dahil medyo... So let's forego with that. Meron kayong dashboard, ano? Sa kwan ba, sa Bongabong, meron kayong dashboard? Na nakikita nyo araw-araw kung ano ng cases, nakikita ng mga tao kung anong kaso nyo? Meron ba kayo nun? Katulad nito, meron kayong ganito? Yan, meron kayo yan, patas mga graph. Isa lang yan sa pages ng dashboard nyo. Na ang mga tao, mga community, all they have to do is log in, makikita nila kung ano yung nangyayari sa buong lugar ninyo. Wala? Wala. Pati sa MIMAROPA, sa inyong, sinong taga-Bongabong sa inyo? Bongabong. Walang taga-Bongabong dito? Sinong taga-Bansod? Sinong taga-ibang munisipyo? Wala kayo ng mga dashboard? Wala kayo? Para malaman ng mga tao kung ano nangyayari sa lugar araw-araw. Okay. Ito yung analytical tools namin. Ito yung geospatial analysis namin. We're using GIS na nabivisualize mo over the map, over your area, kung ano yung nangyayari. Saan yung mga kaso para mas madali kang makapag-desisyon. Makapag-desisyon ka kung kailangan mong i-lockdown ito. Makapag-desisyon ka kung kailangan mong bigyan ng pagkain. Makapag-desisyon ka kung kailangan i-lift mo na. Makapag-desisyon ka kung bibigyan mo ng mga suporta sa medisina, mga ganon. Ito yung ginagamit namin na system. And we are using it for geospatial analysis. Kumbaga, na-visualize namin anong barangay ang may kaso, anong barangay ang maraming kaso, anong barangay may kokonting kaso kasi nakikita mo. Anong barangay ang maraming namamatay, ilang barangay ang may severe cases, sino may mild cases, mga ganon. Okay. Kindly play the Jomar. Kindly play the geospatial analysis. Geospatial. Geospatial naman. GIS. Okay, sige. So, yan yung sinasabi namin na geospatial analysis. That's a video. It's a short video kung anong capability ng system. You can zoom in. Nakikita nyo, pwede ka mag-zoom in. Medyo hindi nyo makita kasi dahil... Anyway, papadala namin yung mga presentation sa inyo. No? Bibigyan namin kayo ng presentation. O ipadala namin sa Google Drive, pwede nyo i-download. So nakikita nyo dyan, no? Every time i-click mo yung mga icons, may mga icons yan, yung mga dots na yan. You can actually generate yung heat map, hotspots. Yan. Pwede nyo i-zoom in, makikita nyo mismo kung anong lugar, saan, sa specific na mga bahay. Yan. So pwede nyo i-read yung buong area pag nilockdown nyo, pag ila-lockdown nyo. So yan ang capability ng system na yan. Sayang, hindi nyo gaano ma-appreciate kasi malabo eh. Okay, for geospatial, for link analysis naman, ito yung ginawa namin sa Bontoc at sa La Trinidad. Pagdating nung pumutok yung UK variant, nagpadala kagad ng DOH ng mga tao sa Bontoc. Tapos kumuha pa ng mga contact tracers sa Region 1, Region 2, Region 3 para tumulong. Ang sabi ko sa DOH, Sa inyo na yung sa inyo na yung Bontoc. Sa amin na yung Benguet. Tutulungan namin yung Benguet. So, ganun na nangyari. Pagdating nila sa Bontoc, hindi nila alam kung anong sitwasyon dahil yung mga data, lahat ng records, nakapapel. So, hindi nila alam paano mo i-analyze kung nasa papel. So, what we did was to come up with this link analysis. Next. Jomar, yung link analysis. So, kita mo yung mga link analysis na yan. Ito yung, just to orient you, okay, yung mga nakikita mong nasa taas, yan yung mga early cases, yan yung mga index cases, original case. May makikita ka mga dots na yan, yung mga apex na yan, yan yung mga link sa mga various cases din, ano? Yung mga apex na yan, yung mga apex na yan, yung mga ganon. Next slide. Ito, very complicated to, ano? Ibig sabihin, napakaraming data niyan, hindi mo maproprocess yan. Mismo yung utak mo, hindi mo maproprocess yan. You need technology to process it. So, ipapakita namin kung anong capability ng technology na yan. Next. Para maintindihan mo yan, gagamit ka ng technology, analytical tools, para makita mo kung paano. I-zoom in niya, nakikita mo mismo yung kaso mo. So, yan ang itinuturo ngayon sa mga kasamahan nyo doon sa kabilang building. Yung IT nyo, yan ang itinuturo sa kanila. Diyan, malalaman nyo yung buong istorya. Diyan, mas maintindihan nyo. Using this system, malalaman mo rin kung saan ang direction mo, saan ang focus mo, ano ang dapat kong gawin next with this system. First time nyo ba nakita to? Yung PNP, itong system na to, I develop it for the PNP. We use this system para mag-imbestiga ng mga high profile at significant na cases, sensational cases. Ang ginawa ko lang, instead of crime, nilipat ko lang, ginawa kong COVID-19. Yung GIS kanina, yung nakita nyo kanina na GIS, alam ng mga PNP kung sino nag-develop niyan, yung kanilang Crime Information Research and Analysis System. When I was in the PNP, Regional Director, we developed that in the Cordilleras. Tapos ginawa kong crime mapping, yun na yun. Instead of crime, ang nakalagay, it's COVID-19. So for some reason, nagkaroon ng pandemic, hindi mo maisip na yung mga system na yun pala, na dinevelop mo noon, many years ago, we started with 2011, magagamit mo pala ngayong pandemic, effectively, efficiently sa pandemic. So those are the analytical tools that you're going to use to analyze your COVID-19 situation. Okay, meron kami mga KPIs, Key Performance Indicators, para dapat sa contact tracing speed, dapat 70% of your high-risk contacts, dapat, or close contacts, dapat na-identify mo na. Yung 100% traced, dapat na-swab mo, 100% na-swab mo dapat. Pero hindi nangyayari sa inyo. I learned na nililimitahan lang kayo for the entire province, may limitation kayo. Tama ba yun, Doc? Doc? Sa Bongabong ka ba, Doc? Sa region ka, sa province? Okay. I heard na sa inyo, limited lang ang test sa inyo, 100 a day. Sabi sa akin ng inyong provincial administrator, Dolor. Sa amin, sa siyudad ng Baguio, nag-a-average kami ng 500 a day, 512 a day. Ganun yung average namin na test a day. So dapat, pag na-identify mo na yung close contact, nag-positive, dapat isolate mo kagad. What's the difference between isolate and quarantine? Minsan, pinagpapalit-palit natin yung quarantine at yung word na isolate. Yung quarantine, babanggitin mo yan kung ikwa-quarantine mo yung walang sakit. Dadali mo sa isang quarantine facility yung walang sakit. Dahil pinagdudahan mo lang na close contact siya, kwa-quarantine ko siya. So I will quarantine yung walang sakit. Pag sinabi mong isolate, ibig sabihin may sakit na. Kaya mag-positive, i-isolate na kita kasi positive ka. Yung close contact mo, dahil hinihintay pa natin yung resulta, ikwa-quarantine ko muna. Yun ang ibig sabihin nun. So I hope naintindihan nyo na yung quarantine at isolate. Tama ba ako, Doc? You quarantine the well, you isolate the sick. QWSS. Quarantine the well, QWIS pala. Quarantine the well, isolate the sick. And of course, your analytical tool. So, ulitin ko yun yung mga contact tracing ecosystem nyo. Sam will explain to you yung principles ng contact tracing probably for the next 10 minutes or 15 minutes. So, hindi nyo rin mabasa to sayang sayang, hindi nyo mababasa. For transparency, ang ginagawa namin kumisan, tinatawagan namin yung mga positive patient para i-divulge yung kanilang identity in public, napapabilis. Magpo-post sila na positive sila, na bumibilis yung contact tracing. Bumibilis yung contact tracing. Yung iba, ayaw. Yung iba, okay sa kanila. It's just a matter of explaining it to them. Yung sistema nato, yung transparency nato. So, from here, do you have any question? May question ba kayo? Okay, I might not be able to see you before we leave kasi may papakita pa sa akin si Mayor na isang facility nyo rito. So I wish you all the best. If in case you feel that you need to confer with us, you need further mentoring, please feel free to get in touch with us. Huwag kayo mahiya. Huwag kayong mag-hesitate. Get in touch with us. Our team will leave you numbers, contact numbers. You can call us anytime. Kung emergency, call us. Do not text us. Okay, maraming salamat sa inyo. So I hand this mic over to Sam.
Can you show it there na? Tagal kasi kung ay dun sa principal. Yes, sir. Nakala sa car po.
Hello, good afternoon po. Okay, so these are the basic principles. Since hindi nyo po makita, we'll be sharing, ma'am, baka sa inyo na lang po, sa DILG. Kasi hiningi ni Miss Ivy yung link po. So we'll be sharing the presentations with you po. But for the principles for contact tracing, ang una po is seamless collaboration between law enforcement, investigators, and health authorities. So nabanggit po ni Mayor kanina na kailangan talaga ang involvement of all three sectors. Hindi lang pwede ang LGU lang ang gumagalaw, hindi lang pwede ang PNP lang ang gumagalaw, or yung health officers lang ang gumagalaw. Kailangan lahat po yan, coordinated po lahat ng contact tracing process natin. So, dito po ba sa Bongabong, ganun po yung ginagawa niyo po? Okay po. So, nabanggit din po nila Sir Max and Mayor kanina na yung trabaho ng law enforcement, kayo po sir, iba sa ginagawa ng mga doktor natin. Iba din po yung ginagawa ng mga nasa government. Hindi po ba? Kailangan lahat po ng expertise nyo, sinishare nyo, and kinokolaborate nyo with each other. Next po, transparency and speed are indispensable. Every second matters, not every day matters. So, stress po namin, every second matters. Whenever we gaano po kabilis yung pag-contact trace niyo po pag nakahanap po kayo ng positive patient? Do you go to their house immediately po? Okay po. So, ganun din po sa amin. Pag may na-identify na positive patient, yung mga contact tracers, binibisita na po yung patient, tapos inaalam na po agad yung info kasi madali pong makalimot yung tao, lalo na po pag na-pressure sa mga tinatanong. Di ba po? Pag ang dami po kasing tatanong, you have to recall your whole day. Sino po dito nakakaalam kung anong ginawa nila kanina pa pong 8 a.m.? Kayo sir, ano pong ginawa niyo kanina? Nandito ka lang kasi buong araw. Okay. Or kahapon, ano yung ginawa niyo po kahapon? Maalala niyo po ba? Sir, kayo po, yung ginawa niyo kahapon? Po? Naglaba po. Ano pa po? 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 Nagsaing po. Pero in between, maaalala mo pa ba, sir, na kung ano yung ginawa mo bago maglaba, bago magsaing? Hindi na po. So, kailangan po talaga, ganun, di ba, yung immediate response nyo to get the information has to be there. So, next po, and transparency po pala. Kailangan transparent yung ini-interview. Kailangan alam, very honest sila sa mga information na binibigay nila sa inyo. Next, cognitive interviewing skill is the key to efficient collection of information. So, madami ba kayo natutunan kay Sir Max kanina? Yes? No? Sir, wala daw. Wala. Madami kayo natutunan kay Sir Max kanina. Lalo na po yung mga PNP natin, sir. I'm sure you're all trained po, di ba? Sa ganong pagkukuha ng information. Next po, the use of technology, yung analytical tools and GIS platform are indispensable. So yung pinakita po ni Mayor, sir, ginagamit nyo din po, di ba dito yun po? Yung GIS na pinakita niya po? Sa mga PNP po? Sa inyo po, no sir? Po? Po? Wala pa po. Pero yung analytical tool, yung I2, sir. Okay po. Pero at least now, you have the system po. And yung paano ginagather yung information, very helpful po sa inyo yung pag-collaborate with the PNP. Kasi sila po yung nakikita nila yung paano nagko-connect po lahat. Diba po? Next po. The successful contact tracing is highly dependent on the quality of information. So this is all up to the patient you are interviewing. It's very difficult. Tulad po si Sir kanina, hindi niya na po maalala kung ano ginawa niya bago magsaing. Very important po that you are, you know how to get the proper information from the person. Kasi sabihin po nila minsan na, ay, pinuntahan ko si ganito sa bahay na to. Yun pala, ibang tao or ibang place. So, kailangan very quick kayo to get the information. Next po, there is no substitute to being proactive. So, I'm sure yung mayor niyo po dito, very proactive siya, very helpful. Hindi po ba? Grabe po siyang, ilan po ba yung cases niyo dito po? Ilan po yung cases niyo dito po? Today po. Pero yung abong-abong wala pa po. Talaga? Ang galing. Ayan. Congratulations po. Pero I'm going to lead to my next point na extensive testing is critical to contact tracing. So kailangan niyo po mag-test at mag-test para malaman kung ano talaga yung tunay na situation niyo dito po. Because you never know na baka sa atin po, sana hindi naman po, we never know how close the virus can be. So, yun lang po yung end ng lahat ng presentation po. Sila Mayor Benji and Mayor Elgin are together po. Sir, meron pa po ba dito yung mga IT? Lahat po ba ng PNP na dumating, sir, IT? Sino po yung IT sa inyo po? IT? Sige, sir, wait lang. Sa inyo, contact tracers, IT. Pero contact tracer ka? Yung gagamit ng analytical tool po, sino pong ano doon? Ay, sir, sige, wait. Pero sa mga PNP, ma'am, wala po. Sir? Yes, sir, kaya punta. Yung mga, ay, kailangan kasi laptop. Sige, sir. Ipa-download. Yes, sir. Sila po magbibigay. So, Ma'am Fatima, paano tayo mag-close? Mag-close na po tayo. Pero yung mga hihingi po ng platform, yung GIS tsaka I2, pinapa-download po doon sa baba ng office ni Mayor. So, we'll go there na lang po after. Okay po. So, maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat to Sir Max, Sir Jomar, tas yung team namin nasa Municipal Hall pa po. Any questions po? Okay, thank you po.
So there you have it. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the presentation. But before we end this seminar, I'd like to call for the closing remarks. So we have the MLGO of Bongabong. So let us welcome Maria Fatima H. Santiago.
Dati yung buo niyan, 10 minutes mo lang, ngayon 12 minutes naman, hindi pa natapos.
Thank you, Sir Vergara. Maraming salamat. Naririnig po ba ako sa likod? Maayos po? Sige po. Okay, ngayon po, I can still remember kung kailan yung unang case na announce dito sa atin in the Philippines. Natatandaan po ba natin kung kailan yon? It was January 30, 2020. Okay? I remember noon, isang case, iniisip ko, hindi naman siguro dadami yung isang case lang. Fast forward, January 30, 2021, after 12 months, ngayon po, we are almost at 560,000 cases. Yun. Yung inisip ko noon, as simple lingkod bayan, na one case na hindi naman siguro dadami, naging 560,000. Okay? When we focus on the numbers, pag inisip natin, tinignan natin yung numbers lang, it is very easy to think na parang hopeless yung ating sitwasyon. From 1, nagkaroon ng cases, dumami, naging 560,000. But we have also to remember na last year, we do not have kung ano yung mayroon tayo ngayon. Last year, we do not have the necessary experience. Last year, we do not have the necessary skills and knowledge kung paano lalabanan itong COVID-19. Pag inisip natin yon, makikita natin na there is hope. So yung nangyari in the past 12 months, marami tayong experience na nag-gain. Hindi lamang sa ating mga kapulisan, hindi lamang sa atin na mga nagtatrabaho sa mga local government units, hindi lamang po sa ating medical community, marami tayong natutunan lahat in the last 12 months. Okay? And I think we need to focus doon sa hope natin ng ating mga natutunan in the past year. That is why napakalaki po ng pasasalamat natin in behalf of the LGU Bongabong and in behalf of the ILG MIMAROPA sa ating team from Baguio, headed by Mayor Benji Magalong. And maraming salamat po, Colonel Sumigang, and Ms. Sam and the rest of the team for imparting your knowledge and experience with us. So mahaba po yung naging biyahe nila para makapunta dito at maturuan at ma-assist tayo. Ano po? So maraming salamat and we are in deep gratitude doon sa inyong effort, doon sa inyong ibinigay na assistance sa amin. Ngayon po, I think it is worthy to note din na ito po ay hindi mangyayari without the initiative ng ating local government unit headed by Mayor Elgin Malaluan and yung kanyang able team. Sa ating mga participants na nanggaling pa sa iba't ibang lugar dito sa Oriental Mindoro, maraming salamat po sa pagdalo at pagbibigay ng inyong time and effort para makapunta dito today. Also, doon sa ating mga nasa online platforms like Zoom and Facebook Live and YouTube, thank you po sa pagbibigay ng inyong oras. I think dahil dun sa kooperasyon ng bawat isa, hindi na rin po magtatagal at darating yung panahon na makikita na natin ulit yung mga ngiti sa labi ng bawat isa nang hindi natatabingan or natatabunan ng mga face mask kasi wala nang need for the face mask. Ano po? So, we are hoping that that day will soon come dahil sa effort ng bawat isa. Muli, maraming salamat po sa pagdalo ng lahat at nawa po tayo ay manatiling ligtas at malusog. Maraming salamat po.
Yung soft copy po ng presentations namin, bibigyan na lang namin kay Sam kasi naka-drive siya. Pwede niyo pong kunin. Or Sam, kanino po? Sa LGU na lang. Bibigyan na lang po namin sa inyo, ma'am, para maibigay namin yung buong presentation po. Lahat. Okay, thank you po.
Okay, so before we end the program, I would like to give the certificate of appreciation. Okay, so before we continually end the program, we'd like to have a photo shoot here in front, and we'd like to request. Okay, so we'd like to request all the participants to please proceed in front for a photo shoot. And so lapit na lang po tayo, ma'am. And sa gitna na lang daw po tayo for the photo shoot natin. And so gawin na lang daw po nating dalawang batch para or
B, ikaw na nga.
Ayan, so para hindi po tayo masyadong kumpul-kumpul, per group na lang po siguro para po sa ating pag-photoshoot. Yan, so after nung all together na photoshoot, pwede naman po mag per unit para may remembrance.
For the Zoom participants po, kindly open your cameras for our photo opportunity. Thank you po. One, two, three. Next page po. Maintain lang po natin yung ating smile. For the next page po. Okay, ready? One, two, three. Thank you very much po. Thank you very much po for all of the online participants po na nag-join sa ating Zoom and YouTube live stream. So maraming salamat po. Yung link po ng presentation materials na ibibigay po sa atin ng Baguio City team ay amin pong isa-send sa inyo pong mga registered email addresses kung kayo po ay nag-attendance po doon sa ating attendance link. So please, kindly po, please make sure na kayo po ay nakapag-time in at nakapag-time out doon po sa ating attendance link. Again po, maraming salamat po. So kung meron po kayong mga na-miss na parts or hindi nyo po napasimulan itong ating training, pwede nyo pong balikan sa aming YouTube channel at DILG MIMAROPA LGCD. Maraming salamat po.